I mean, the only setting was the muted one, right? Right. Oh man. Let's see, zero commercial running. There is an advertisement running. Hit skip ad. What's up, squad? What's up? What's up? This motherfucker, Ken Rudolph, man. I swear. God damn, man. This dude keep tweeting me about Kanye West. Man, you gotta stop this. Man. Hey, I gotta text Brookie Brook. She asked if we ever had any extra tickets. She want to go. And that email went out yesterday, so I got her some if she wants them.
Oh, that's one.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up, Miss P?
Yeah.
See what's happening.
Can y'all hear me? We good?
Securing the bags. Back in the studio. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Everybody hear me? We good? We good? We good?
Oh boy,
Yeah, that game was ass last night.
I missed it. I saw
No, you
what
didn't.
happened.
No, you didn't.
I saw everything that went down, but I missed it.
Yeah,
Man.
you ain't missed nothing.
I saw the first quarter. Well, first two possessions. Went up 10-0. Russ was cooking. Let's ride. And then I guess that was it.
I don't know if he completed a pass after that.
That was it.
Oh man.
Yeah, Dr. David, it's it's time, man. Hoodies, long sleeves, it's time.
It's really not. It's like 86 outside. I convinced myself because of the cloud cover.
I mean,
it's like 86.
so you get about a 4-hour window each day where it's pretty warm. It's cool at night and it's cool in the morning. Like right now, you can get away with a hoodie from like 2 to 6. It's like, oh, it's a little too hot for that.
But for the most part, it's time.
It's time. Got my iPad case. I'm ready.
What's good, baby? Welcome in to the opening day.
Yes.
October 18th, Tuesday, October 18th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling, and I'm in charge of all of the buttons.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are so happy that you are here with us. We are so happy that we're kicking off the playbook with Coach David Patrick today.
Yeah, let's go.
He's going to be with us coming up here at 1:20, the head coach of the Sac State Hornet men's basketball team. And, man, you think that football team is cooking, boy. They got some high hopes for Coach Patrick and this Sac State men's basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to do the doubleheader this weekend.
Oh.
It's in my head, it's ambitious, but I'm gonna try to pull it off.
Wait.
Normally, I don't go outside.
You going Kings, Clippers, and Sac State?
That's my plan. I'm gonna go.
How does that even work?
I'm gonna go do what I need to do at Kings Kings Clippers. Not early, and then 8. I'll leave, head over to Sac State, get there just as the game is going on.
Wow. I mean, not everybody can do that. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody can make those type of moves. Like a lot of us as common folks, we got to be there, to park and get there. And, if we get to another game late, they ain't going to let us in. We as common folk, we can't do that. Wow. Damn. I mean, I'm look, You're so balling. I ain't gonna be in none of them. I'm not even on your level. I can't even get to none of them.
Hulk Hogan, you can go to hell. Straight to hell.
Yeah, since we're starting out with a bunch of cap, let's ask this: where are you going to be this weekend?
I'm gonna be out of town.
Yeah, where? Oh, okay. I mean, since we throwing cap all over the place, why don't we go ahead and tell everybody where we're going to be this weekend?
Just gonna be out of town.
Okay, you going to be out of town, and I'm going to be here working, trying to pull a doubleheader on a Saturday to make sure D-Lo and KC is seen for what's going to be a pretty dope sports weekend.
You know, it's crazy. This sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. So the cat's out the bag. I'm going to Jamaica this weekend. I'm in a wedding. My brother, it's his wedding. You know, I want to see the beautiful union. I'm in the wedding, so I got to go.
Tweet the wedding, Kenny.
Is it kind of crazy? And I'm like, damn, I don't want to say I don't want to go. Oh man, I wish it was another weekend. Between that and the fact that the Queen Bee is like 7.5 months pregnant, like I don't even want to go to San Francisco, let alone out of the country.
The Queen Bee definitely looked like she about to pop, but I'm sure she'll be grateful for you to be out of that house.
This is true.
She had a room full of people at the Caraway compound on Sunday who are more than happy to. Something goes awry, they'll be more than happy to take
This is
care
true.
of the Queen.
This is true. This is true.
Pictures are posted, by the way.
Pictures are posted. It really happened.
There was in fact a baby shower, and that's why Kenny wasn't tweeting following the 49ers loss. Those pictures are available.
Alfonso, I know. Now I will say this. I'm coming back Sunday, and these layovers that I have are insane.
Yeah.
First of all, when I get to New York at like midnight, I don't catch the next flight till 5 a.m. So I'm overnight in JFK.
I wouldn't go. I'd be like, bro, I'm sorry. Like, this doesn't work. I can't do it. Like, I can't make it.
So check this out. When I come back, because Alfonso said I'm gonna miss another game. Well, Sunday morning, leave Jamaica.
Yep.
Get to New York at about 11:30.
Okay.
A.m.
Yeah.
I don't leave till 9:30
That is
p.m.
stupid. Who booked this for you? Who
That's all they
this?
had. That's all they had that would get me back here on Monday. So I say that all to say I should be able to watch the game. I'm gonna go to I'm sure it's JFK got some kind of sports bar in there. So I should be able to watch the game.
JFK does, in fact, have a sports bar. You'll be there with about 80,000 people watching the Jets and the Giants, probably. But they do have a sports bar.
Who do they play this week? Because that's going to be the game that's going to be on. Let me see where we at on this thing. I don't want to move fast enough. But anyway, it don't matter. Right. Yeah, I will be watching the Niners. I'm going to be at it. Okay. Come on, man. We got to get this one. We got to stay healthy. Real quick before we get into everything, you talked about Coach David Patrick going to be on the show today. Was at the practice this morning. I was in the nest this morning.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Them boys looking nice.
Yeah,
they looking nice, and you know what they do, Coach Damian, that I love. They defend. Yeah, Sac State. Yeah, Sac State.
You should stop doing that because that's so closely aligned with TT. I wish you wouldn't do that anymore because it almost feels sarcastic, like TT Tristan Thompson. You like you saw some TT action out there.
Yeah, man. Let's go. They be playing defense. So we're gonna talk to Coach David Patrick about all that. But guess who I saw this morning? Who was also in attendance? Coach Ty Ellis was in the building.
Did you apologize to him?
We talked about it all.
Did you apologize to him for your blasphemous take on
Coach Ty Ellis
going
to come on the show next week.
Okay,
he'll
let's
come
go.
on the show. We was rapping because he was like, "Hey, who are you?" or whatever. Not like that, but I was like, "Yeah, D-Lo and KC." You know, he's like, "Yeah, I know your partner. I know D-Lo, Damien. Yeah, I was like, matter of fact, you're Coach Styles. We talked a little bit on Twitter one time. You got mad at one of the things. He's like, yeah, I got mad at one of the things he said. I said, no, I said it. And then he was like, yeah, Damien was mad at me on Twitter. I said, no, he wasn't mad at you, man. You know
how many bullets I take for you on like a daily basis? Like, it's just like, hey, da-da-da-da-da. Like, yeah, just right here, just right in the chest. I
talked to Coach. We talked about it.
Oh, good. I'm glad you two hashed it out while I was getting screamed at on social media. I'm glad that you two hashed it out.
And I said, Coach, man, come on. You got to make free throws. He's like, I know, but it's not that easy. I said, I know it's not that easy, but you got to make a free throw. But we had a good talk. Coach Stein definitely coming on next week. He said,
Coach Ellis ain't spoke to me since. But I'm glad y'all are good. I'm glad that y'all are.
He thought you were mad at him.
I was an innocent. I wasn't in. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't even say this, Coach. Like, hey, wait a minute. I didn't even do anything.
Yeah, man. So it was a good morning at the Nest.
Well, it's going to be a good afternoon for sure and a good evening, man, because NBA basketball is back.
Let's go.
Starts with the 76ers at the Boston Celtics. Jesse's quest for another banner
18
begins today, and it's the Los Angeles Lakers versus the Golden State Warriors. Boy, there's a lot of dysfunction and controversy in this opening night. You got Philly, which is probably the James Harden-led team, probably the most even of this bunch.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Boston Celtics, who recently dealt with the Ime Udoka stuff, and no one's really quite sure how that's going to affect them this year. You've got the Lakers, who really just stink. And you've got the Golden State Warriors, who are coming off of, 2 extensions for Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins on the heels of the Draymond Green stuff.
Yeah, it's high drama. What TNT say? We know drama.
That's a good line. Yeah, that's a good line. I don't know if that's still the tagline, but I know it was. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's all through this opening night, man. But ironically, and you're right about everything you're saying. Ironically, this is why we love the NBA, because there routinely is some kind of drama going on.
I think that's why we love sports, though.
It is, but the NFL ain't got it like this. We know baseball ain't got it like this. This is what keeps the NBA above water against the NFL.
Yeah, that's a good point. The NFL's conflict is just the fact it appears they're trying to murder each other every 45 seconds.
That and one of their Hall of Famers should be in jail.
Yes, Brett Favre should be. They probably got a few Hall of Famers that should be in jail, but our only focus right now is that Brett Favre should be serving time in prison.
Absolutely.
I can't stress this enough, whether it's Sac State, the NFL, if you ever, for whatever reason, get the opportunity to watch a game on the sideline, even for a few minutes.
Hell yeah.
Bruh, these guys are literally trying to murder each other.
And they're so big.
I had to get at it. That's why I left. We was on the sideline for that Sac State game there, and we're in the end zone. They going. I mean, they coming for the end zone. Like they as close to me as Kenny is right now, because we're in the same room. And I just I cringed. I was like, Jesus, dude, I'm getting out of here. These guys hit each other. They're so freakishly, and then they just pop right back up.
I think they absolutely hit each other really hard. I don't dispute that. But I always wondered, is it the sounds of the pads that make it sound a little worse than what it might be?
Oh, I'm certain. Yeah, I'm certain. But that doesn't.
No, they're still just going crazy with their bodies. I'm not disputing that, but that plastic slapping against it.
Oh, for sure.
It sounds so much more. I don't see.
It sounds like a car wreck,
right?
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like 2 cars hitting each other.
Yeah, I only think about that because he said.
But 2 cars have to be going at each other pretty quickly to make that noise.
When we were down there on the field, we talked about. We were like, they didn't envision this when they created football. They didn't envision
they thought
these
they were
guys
going to be on the sideline
big,
smoking cigarettes forever.
Right. This big, this fast, this explosive. I'm not saying this isn't how it should be played, but when the game of football was created, they did not imagine that these men would be this size and going this fast. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. It's something else. But football was on stage last night.
Your boy.
Oh, I told you that dude wasn't no good no more.
That's your man.
Hey, look, all kidding aside, I'm not even sure that's Russell Wilson. You remember when we were kids and we thought there were 2 Ultimate Warriors and they were like, yo, one of the Ultimate Warriors died, so they just put a new guy in face paint, and there's 2 Ultimate Warriors. I think Russell Westbrook might have died, or Russell Wilson might have died, and they just put this dude out there because he looked like him and was like, yeah, no, this is the new Russell Wilson.
Man,
He's
looking rough. I only caught live. I only caught like when they went up 10-0. I was like, oh, Russ he's charged up. He's ready to go. He wasn't.
And they still got stuck. Like they can't score more than 16 points to save their lives.
That's crazy.
It's terrible.
Is that one of the biggest busts in recent memory? Russell Wilson going to the Broncos. I'm willing to call on that right now. I don't see it changing.
No.
That's dream team-ish.
No, stop that. Russell Wilson to the Broncos is dream team-ish?
Yes.
No, it's not.
You know what I mean when I say dream team. Right?
Yeah, you talking about Philadelphia.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
No, it's not.
What do you mean? No, it's not. They're
It's
2-4.
not.
Are they 2-4?
No, but
they can't score.
Who had championship expectations for the Broncos? Yeah. Okay. Who else had championship expectations for the Broncos? We'll give Jesse a minute to respond because we're clearly talking about him.
No, this is completely wrong. I didn't have championship aspirations. I thought they were going to win the AFC West. That's it. Stop slandering my name.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's step out. We'll come back. We'll talk Kings basketball practice going on right now. We'll give you an update on what's going on there. And I'll ask a question I've been thinking about here as the season begins. What are the Kings missing? We'll dive into that after the Sports Center update. I love that. Jesse's head popped up. I didn't have time to eat this morning, so I'm on these fluids, baby.
I did like something that I just vowed I would not do. I got fast food in the car.
Ooh, that's tough.
That is a no.
Yeah, that's tough.
That is a no. But I had to.
Did you crack the windows when he came up?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that had to be. And look, I don't even put it on my seat. I put the bag on the floor.
Yeah, got to. Imagine how I feel. I'm scared to death for anything to get on those.
Right.
Because you got the dark. Yeah.
Yeah. I was on beautiful Sac State. That's a very nice campus, man.
It is. Yeah, it definitely is. I'm glad y'all digging I'm really glad y'all digging the hoodies, man. I mean the new gear.
I can't wait. I'm
retweeting and emojis and
D-Lo and KC'd out.
Go buy something, please. Yes, we need you. I'm gonna be honest.
We need you.
We need you. Here, I'll even put a little note up here. Let's hit the thumbs up while we're here.
No, you pretend, but that attitude ain't fine. Oh my. Who is this?
Promo code is out there. And there's some meaning behind this promo code. Playoffs, baby.
Ooh-wee.
Playoffs. Use the promo code playoffs to get 20% off.
Young Sav, if you in the building, yeah, we're gonna do a roll call tomorrow too. But hell, we can do one today too. Yeah, definitely gonna be in the building. Pull up on us, man. We'll find a spot at some point where we'll meet up. We'll meet up.
Group picture.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm be at Sac State often, or as often as I'm allowed to.
Yeah, we're gonna be there for sure. For sure.
That's gonna be one of the spots this winter, because obviously the Golden One Center gonna be dope too. I always ask this question, and people always answer the question. They do. I won't ask Coach Patrick this. I'll ask the public this. Why don't they go back to Memorial Auditorium? I know people were saying the dressing room, locker rooms was not ideal, but just a few games. Like, they ain't even got to do all the games. Give me 5 games in Memorial Auditorium.
Oh, let's see. Post the one with Jazz.
Jazzy. The nest, what they did to the nest though with the paint, it actually looks pretty dope though. I'm anxious to see it like in a game form.
Man, who let your mom take pictures with that damn fold phone?
Hey, it's a little hazy.
Bro, look. I know. Look, that's Jazz's picture that was taken by Candace. That's your mom's picture. I knew we shouldn't have let her take pictures with that thing, man.
Why is it
Yo,
hazy?
we're in like standard definition. Man, I can't believe we let her do that.
Yeah, she
Man,
she needed that little flip phone, so she was all yeah.
And she got an iPhone in her purse.
She has like 3
or her
phones.
bag. Her bag. Man,
She got like 3
there's
phones.
Kenny, Jazz, and Reese and 8K. And here we are on dial-up. Damn. Damn shame. Oh, man.
Oh, wow. Over and over and over and over.
It is really hard for me to get comfortable in this studio. I can't figure out where to put stuff.
We need arms.
Oh, man. I know. My ego just ain't ready to take that.
Do I need to lay down in the middle of the pit until we get arms? Cheers with arms. Not going there. Like beep beep, get beep beep.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well. Mentioned Coach David Patrick going to be with us in about an hour. He's not the only one. Eric Crocker will be with us coming up at 3 o'clock, a little bit of a different time for Eric Crocker as he's finished fitting us into his schedule today. And then the birthday boy, the professor, Jason Jones, going to be with us.
Hey, I'm going to be good, too. I'm going to be nice. I ain't going to say nothing about nothing.
Okay.
I'm not going to say nothing about this. The damage is already done.
It's the man's birthday, man. Can you let him live?
I ain't going to say.
Can you let? There's
Stacy.
Stacy.
Nothing about nothing.
Stacy's right there if you want to tell her you want arms.
Well, this ain't the home of the Dodgers no more.
Well, no, it's definitely not the home of the Dodgers.
So I don't need to do anything.
Hey, flag, because we were just talking during the commercial break how we need arms. Flag the boss down and let her know. Like, look, just point.
I'm just
look how uncomfortable I am.
I'm just here. I'm just doing a show, man. That's you guys got the juice. I ain't got the juice. Jesse, go talk. Go tell her, Jesse.
Let's roll along here. Doesn't look like Keegan Murray was at practice.
No, like I said, I don't think he's playing. I don't think he's playing on opening night. I think my guess is Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean that would make sense. Kevin Huerter was on the practice floor. I think media availability is beginning like right now. So, guys are only let in the final few minutes of practice. So no one's really sure if if Kevin Huerter had a full practice or not.
Right.
So he's out there though.
That's a good sign.
Yeah. I mean, can you afford for both of them not to play? Like, real question. I know, we talk about depth, right? We talk about shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're losing 2 shooters and a lot of your depth, like before you step on the court.
So the only thing I'll say about that is what they hit the other day, like 17 threes
I think they had
without
20.
those two.
Oh, yeah, I
Might have
thought
been
they had
20.
20. Yeah. I can
So
double check.
I mean, you don't want to,
Yeah,
but
I got you.
I mean that and that's what we talk about with this team, right? That's what we keep being so excited about is you've got shooting up and down that rotation.
Yeah, they hit 20 or 41.
Yeah, so I don't expect them to hit 20,
Yeah,
but
like
can they hit 13
Trey
without
hit,
those two?
Trey hit 4. Like, is that what we're doing?
Man, he can do that though. Trey can shoot it. There's one thing he can do. He can shoot the rock if he's gonna be wide open. So for one night, yeah, I think you could. I think Kevin plays on tomorrow though.
Okay.
So you won't be without
Starting
both
two?
of them. Yeah, he's gonna be starting. You won't be without both.
That probably actually that was dumb. That makes the most sense, especially when you're dealing with an ankle because you have the opportunity to warm it up before the game. It's tougher going back in.
Right.
It's tougher,
and
coming off the bench if you're dealing with that.
I don't want to minimize it because it was significant enough to keep him out of a game and out of practice, but this doesn't seem like it's one of those like crazy rolls, right? It seemed like a little tweak, landed on the foot, maybe a week.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't like to your point with staying warm. I don't think that'll be much of an issue for him with what it sounds like. So in comparison, we see the videos, somebody rolls their ankle, the ankle almost hits the floor, stuff like that. Those are ones that, yeah, you got to keep that loose. It doesn't seem like, once again, I wasn't there, I haven't seen no video, but just by him being back when he is, it doesn't seem like it's that type of thing. Just a little tweak, and you were cautious with it for a couple days, and now he's back at it.
Ankle tweaks, ankle rolls, ankle sprains, ankle soreness.
Well, soreness is the worst one.
Soreness is a bitch, boy. Soreness will take you out.
Can't even get on planes with ankles. No, he was on planes.
Oh, that ankle soreness will get you. I posed this question right before the break. The NBA season kicks off today. Obviously, we'll get into what ESPN had to say because it was.
Did they do their homework at all?
So we make mistakes when we talk, right? We might say something. We might have and I don't mean like our takes are like you could have bad takes. It's hard if you have a wrong take, as long as your information is accurate.
Yeah,
like that's what's important. Like we've got to have our information correct to form the thesis of whatever we're talking about. Sometimes, blah 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 blah, missed it. We have a stat wrong. We can correct it, like right here on the spot. Oh no, it was 23s, not 17. Like we could correct that right on the spot.
Right.
That's what editors do when you work at especially a company like ESPN. You got editors for that. There's a kind of egregious mistake in that write-up. It's like it's one that fans of the other 29 teams in the league probably don't think twice about. But every Sacramento Kings fan who read that probably spotted it immediately. Like, hold up. You got this team pegged at 34 wins. One of the other betting spots has them pegged at 35. Your cute little analytics thing has them pegged at 34.5. And it's like, you've got, okay, that's fine. Like you have a very simple thing wrong.
Right.
And we'll get to that. But to me, it's we talk about it all the time. They don't know, they don't show, or they don't care about what's going on here with the Sacramento Kings.
No.
And it's just like little mistakes like that are like, yeah, they don't. They couldn't even follow up to make sure that little piece of information was right.
And it's like, that had to get through like 3 people. Like the person who wrote it, one editor, probably another editor. And it's like, what are you guys doing?
So we'll get to that. But I'll ask you this. What are the Kings missing? I know we're feeling good. I know we're excited. I know play in, playoffs, 40 wins, 47 wins. Like we're coming up with all of these different things. Like, yo, that's great. But what are they missing? Because we kept talking about trades and Harrison Barnes and what's next. And we're going to continue to work on the roster. We're going to continue to try and improve. Nothing happened after that. And I don't think anybody's too upset about it, but nothing happened after that. Do we feel like the Kings are missing something?
There's two things they're missing, in my opinion. Rim protection and an elite or close to it perimeter defender.
Okay.
Those are the two things that jump out to me. Whether or not KZ could be that, or Harrison Barnes reverts back to, how he was never like an elite, but he was he was a serviceable perimeter defender. Whether or not those two step into that role, that's remained to be seen. They could, without adding anybody, those two could already be on the roster, available to be the perimeter defender we're talking about. The shot blocking, I don't think that's on the roster right now.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I don't know where you get that from, because the only way that comes about is if you think Keegan Murray can play the 3. And
Clearly Mike does. Because we saw
and he
it.
might be able to. Keegan Murray, since Summer League and even some in this preseason, has shown a little more variety than I expected from him.
Mm-hmm.
In every which way he's been. I already thought he was good. He's been so much better than I gave him credit for coming out of Iowa. And he's shown that at the very least he can hold his own out on the perimeter, handling the ball, create his own shot, defending other wing guys. So he may have that, if not this year, eventually in his career. But the shot protection, the rim protection, I don't see where you get that without shuffling this roster and probably, number one, taking minutes away from people that you think are going to play major minutes, or just flat out moving on from somebody that is supposed to be playing major minutes in this team.
Okay. I'm not overly concerned about the shot blocking aspect.
I'm not either, to be honest with you. I don't want to say it's overblown.
Is it a luxury rather than a necessity?
That probably so, because I think they can win without the rim protection.
Because, like, how many great shot blockers are there in the league? I know Rob Williams got a lot of, like, he really stood out in the finals, really the postseason overall.
And he was a game-changing presence.
No, for sure. And it, maybe that's where it comes into play, is when you're starting to get into the Eastern Conference Finals and the Western Conference Finals, the NBA Finals, where you really need a shot blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's really nice to think about. That's not quite where we're at yet. So I don't know if having a shot blocker is the difference between this team making the play-in or the playoffs, or making the lottery in the play-in, or what exactly it is. But it kind of feels like it's really, really great to have. There aren't a lot of them in the league. If you're fortunate enough to have one, great. Every other team is probably just going to get by with a guy who's going to work their butt off like Rashawn Holmes.
So as I'm going down the list, it feels like everybody's got one now. And I don't think this keeps the Kings out of the play-in or playoff. I really don't. But when you go down the list, let's go down the teams.
Okay.
Phoenix got one.
Yeah.
Golden State got one. Looney and Draymond do a good job of it.
These are top-tier teams.
Yeah. Denver got one.
Yep.
Dallas.
Again, top-tier teams.
Dallas, not really.
Not a top-tier team.
No. Well, there you go. Memphis, they have one with Triple J.
Yeah, that's a good call.
They got one.
Yeah, I guess so.
Philly got one. Miami got one.
Mm-hmm.
Milwaukee got one. So those top tier teams, they have them now.
Valanciunas a shot blocker.
So he's not, but he's a big body in there, right? He's a deterrent. You know, it's almost like Steven Adams. Like you're not going to just waltz in the paint and get an easy layup with those guys in there. They're not shot blockers in the way we think of it, but they're rim protectors. They are rim protectors. Rudy Gobert was one. Ironically, the ones who kind of didn't make it, first thing that comes on my mind was the Clippers. You know, Zubac wasn't that guy. They didn't have that presence in the middle defensively to help them out. So I think it, you know, it matters a little bit, but
So it's a necessity then, not a luxury.
a necessity to be a top flight team, not a necessity to get into the play-in or the playoffs. That's what I'll say. And the other thing that negates it, to be honest with you, is if you have some top flight perimeter defense. So
Will Z sent us this stat. Last year's top 5 defensive teams and their blocks per game: the Celtics, the Warriors, the Suns, the Heat, the Cavs. They were they were the top defensive teams in the league, but their blocks per game ranks: the Celtics were 2, the Warriors were 18th, Suns 22nd, the Heat, goodness gracious, he were 30th.
Wow.
And then the Cavs were 24th.
Wow.
And those were the top 5 defensive teams in the league. That's a hell of a stat from Will Z right there. That's amazing.
See, and this also goes back to kind of what I've talked about since we started this show with defense. Great job by Will Z, by the way. As people talk about rim protection, and like I always say, it starts on the perimeter. It starts there. Like we saw it in the playoffs with Rudy Gobert. You can be an elite shot blocker.
So when you say the perimeter, isn't that Davion though?
Yeah, it's all those people on the perimeter. That's everybody. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3 more. The game is gone to where the 4 is that
It's
now.
capable.
Yeah, but that it's definitely 1, 2, 3. They've got to be able to keep guys in front of them. They've got to be able to stop guys. Just have to. Like it's not. It's I don't want to call it lazy, but it's like when you're like, oh well, you know, we got the shot blocker behind us, so we'll just funnel him into the shot blocker. I'm not a fan of that. A lot of times, I need you to stay in front of your guy first and foremost. Don't ever take that for granted.
Mm-hmm.
So those numbers, that's what that kind of says to me, because all those teams are pretty good perimeter defenders, and the guys on the backside, they don't save you, so to speak. They just clean up. When you're playing hard-nosed defense and the guys are, you know, not at full speed and trying to get into the bucket, those guys swallow everything up around there. They alter shots, not necessarily always block shots.
Update from practice today. This from our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham. Kevin Huerter participated fully in practice. Sounds like he is a go for tomorrow. Keegan Murray still in health and safety protocol. It's almost a certainty now Keegan Murray won't play tomorrow.
Yeah. Sucks.
That does suck. For no other reason than, I mean, obviously it sucks for him. I mean, he'll have his first NBA game at some, you know, hopefully Saturday.
Right.
But it's not opening night. Like that's different. There's going to be a feel in the arena tomorrow at the Golden One Center. There's I mean, I'm sure Saturday is going to be fun as well. But it's a different type of feel. Like this is the first outing for the team, and given the fact that the 4th preseason game against the Los Angeles Lakers was sold out, I think there's going to be a really big crowd there tomorrow night, if not a completely sold out crowd. So that kind of sucks for Keegan, and especially with the offseason that he had. This just feels like terrible luck.
Yeah.
That's all this feels like, is just awful luck. But hopefully, and this stuff is still so heavily guarded because I guess we're still doing this with COVID. Like, I guess this is what we have to do. It's so heavily guarded. Is he testing positive and asymptomatic? Is he feeling a bunch? Like, is he like, there are some people who have got knocked on their butt with COVID. Is that him? And I only ask those questions because he clears protocol tomorrow. It could take him a couple of days to get his legs back underneath him before Saturday. And that debut, given it could be something worth holding off. You know what I mean? Like it starts to become like, okay, do we really have to put him out there if he's less than 100%? Like, can we? And I think there's a lot of importance in tomorrow night's game for a variety of different reasons that we'll go over. But I think there's a lot of importance. I think they can get by without Keegan Murray, but it's kind of one of those, damn, we're starting with someone on the bench. Like, that's one of the things you try to avoid through all of training camp is we don't want to start the season with anyone not able to participate opening night. Right. And this is just the, the nature of times that we live in is.
Yeah. And it's super unfortunate for him and for the Kings and the fans. They want to see him, right? We want to see him out there. So
yeah,
it sucks that's how it's gotta go down. But to your point, the more I think about this, I mean, I say Saturday, maybe, because doesn't it go Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, and I think they don't play again until Thursday. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking when you talked about like trying to get yourself back and get going, maybe you take that whole week from Monday to Wednesday, I should say, to get your legs back and be ready for Thursday's game. Maybe that's when we see him for the first time.
Yeah, and that's a home game against Memphis.
Yep.
You got to get through Los Angeles at that point, or you've got to play Los Angeles at that point. You got to play Golden State. Those games are going to be a handful. Portland's going to be a handful, with or without Keegan Murray.
Absolutely. I got my eye on Portland because we've talked bad about them. We don't think they're that good, and nothing's changed on my end. But I don't know. It has all the makings of a trap game, so to speak.
Oh, jeez, you can't know.
It does.
A trap game.
Yeah, you just look.
The first game of the season.
Yeah, Portland. We should handle that. That's what a lot of people are saying.
No, that's we. That's what we're doing.
That's
what we're doing. That's not what they're doing.
They are.
That's not what they're doing. They're the only ones who matter.
I'm talking about it from an observer's point of view. Kings fans.
Observers can't have a trap game because observers are stupid. We're all dumb.
We absolutely have trap games.
We're all dumb. We look at the schedule and 3-9. I'm telling you, these first 12 games, like, yo, stop it. We got to stop doing this. We got to stop doing this.
Trap game, man. Be careful, Kings. Be careful.
Opening night is a trap game.
Don't listen to us, Kings. Don't listen to us. Trap game.
Opening night is a trap game for the Kings. I'm with G Witty. Who are the Kings to have a trap game?
I know.
I do think there's some importance to this game, though, that we'll talk about. And I want to present you and everybody else with a scenario. Phone lines are open, 916-909-1320. Fast forward to the end of the regular season. D'Lo and KC taking the air, and 16 has become 17.
Don't play like that. That's your voice. Don't play like that. Are you sure? Are you for real? No, for real. Don't play like that.
Kenny reenacting early 2000s videos. Jesus Christ.
No, for real. Don't play like that.
You know what?
16 has become 17. Are you for real?
I hate my job, dude. I swear. You're so stupid. I was trying to ask a serious question.
That is serious. Don't play like that. 16 cannot become 17.
No, it definitely can't. But how would that have happened? That's what I want you to think. How would that, and barring injuries, because you could say, oh, everybody gets injured. No, you take injuries out of the equation. How would that?
Put that on everything. Oh man. Nah, bro. Okay, I'm gonna think about it. Because that can't happen, but I'm gonna think about it. You said injuries are not part of the equation?
Yeah, you can't use injuries as the excuse. So we'll come back. Want to mention to the radio and Odyssey audience, new merchandise over at DeLoandKC.com, and we've got a very, very specific promo code for you. Go to DeLoandKC.com. We got the new Corners of the Culture merch up. We're going to attempt to record a new episode of Corners of the Culture today, but the merchandise is hot. And if you use the promo code PLAYOFFS, that'll get you 20% off your entire order. Go to DeLoandKC.com, add all that hot new merchandise into the cart, and use the promo code PLAYOFFS to get 20% off your order. We'll step out. We'll come back. Kenny will answer my question, probably recite something from around 2005 that he hopes everybody listening
Put
gets.
that on everything.
Shout out to AJ. He bought the 22 Twos hoodie.
Oh, what you know
He
about
bought
that?
the band
What you know
hoodie.
about that?
He bought the band hoodie. We'll explain what that means when we return here. Coach David Patrick coming up in 30 minutes here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
No, you a 10, but that 8 and 2, they ain't fine. Peter, hey man, that boy Damon gonna be in the building. Damon gonna be like, it's gonna be a power weekend. You might as well go to the Republic game after that too.
Damn, they play Saturday too?
Yeah, playoffs. Oh,
damn, seriously? Here?
yeah. About to smash them.
Are there enough
boys.
sports fans in Sacramento
That's a
to
good
fill all
question.
this out?
That's a good question.
Goodness gracious, man.
It is lit.
Oh, shout out Drew.
Let's
Drew got him a Monarchs Forever Tri blend and
Love
the
that.
infamous Mob Deep hoodie.
Woo! And those gonna go crazy. The corner of the culture joint's gonna go
Yeah,
crazy.
the corners of the culture joints are dope.
They gonna go crazy.
And by the way, Bryce, since you continue to be out there bitching, you're the only one. Now you've got one other person on your side. I'll make them. If you don't order them, I'm blocking you on every single platform. You're blocked on Twitter.
What's he want?
He wants the damn zip-up hoodies.
Well,
You can well me all you want to. No one buys them.
I understand. I will say this. The ladies request the zip ups too.
No ladies have bought a zip-up hoodie.
Miss P, we need you.
Miss P buys
P.
everything else.
We
Miss
need
P's
you.
like, I am
Get a
not
zip-up.
complaining. I'm just going to buy stuff. That's why Miss P got that special promo code. That's why Warren got that special promo code. And that's why Bryce gets yelled at. But Bryce, those are being put together today. There's actually a couple of things that are going to be going up on the website as well.
Hey, Stephen Brown,
Stephen
Brown, when you coming to a Kings game, man? I want to meet Stephen Brown, man. Stephen Brown, how tall are you? I got a feeling you're like 5'7".
I don't know why that's funny.
I'll just mess with you, Steven. Steven's funny, man.
We really need y'all to order merchandise because I'm gonna be honest, man.
Stephen Brown, you ain't no 6'5". Stop it.
Them corners of the culture joints weren't cheap. So if y'all could add 2 or 3 hoodies to the cart,
please.
Yeah,
Please.
we
Help us, please.
We came out of the pocket for them corners of the culture joints.
Help us, please.
Shout out to the dope ones.
Hey, I don't think this is a good time to tell Damien about my Stingers Up idea for the merch. My Sac State edition idea. This stuff is really dope. Though.
This
really
show
like
is
these.
essentially Kenny coming up with an idea and me figuring out how to make it work.
The D-Lo and KC joints though, the cursive ones, those go hard.
Those Kings ones.
Those
are
go
nice.
really
Yeah,
dope. I like those a lot.
nice. Well, Dr. David, say less because Dr. David and the whole family. Dr. David just orders gear that gets stolen by his by the daughter. So I'll put them together for Bryce and for Slammy. First two remarks I get after that reel goes live. Bryce and Slammy. Can we get zip ups? Like, how about y'all kiss my ass?
Oh my God.
How about both of you? Go to hell.
Straight
to hell.
That infamous Mobb Deep one is cold too, man. That would go hard. That's crazy. Josh Allen was out here jumping over people like that, though. Damn. I want an athletic quarterback.
I can't wait to tell Sherilyn Elgrove about herself. I'm going to call her tonight. Tyler, I see you, Tyler. Tyler got that Tribe Called Quest Tribe blend.
Yes, sir.
Let's go, baby.
Big ups, big ups.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube. By the way, we're live on DLoandKC.com too. I don't mention that, but I
So I ain't even gonna lie. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, we're live on DLoandKC.com. Actually, DLoandKC.com, as much as we push the merchandise and you can buy new merchandise, and you can get a discount on the merchandise right now by using the promo code PLAYOFFS to get 20% off your order. Yeah, like you could, the YouTube is linked there. The Listen Live link is there. And Corners of the Culture and the D'Lo and KC podcast are all right there on DLoandKC.com.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Yeah, man. So do you want to break out into any more Usher references here, or are you prepared to to answer this question? And anybody can answer this. Chatty House, phone lines 916-909-1320. The playbook with Coach David Patrick gets underway here in about less than 30 minutes. Excited to talk to the head coach at Sac State. It's the day after the season. D'Lo and KC take the air at noon. And 16 has become 17. What went wrong?
Whew,
and injuries
like
can't be a
that.
part of the equation because we
don't.
can always point to De'Aaron got hurt, Sabonis got hurt. Like, team stays by NBA standards relatively healthy. I'm not saying that every guy plays 82 games, but relatively the team stays healthy. What keeps them out of the postseason?
So can I get a little bit of detail, a little caveat?
Okay.
Did they make the play-in?
No.
Oh.
No.
Lord.
11th.
Whew. Well, my first thought, the first thing that comes to my mind is De'Aaron Fox had a very poor season. When I talk about poor, I'm talking like the start of last season. 17 points a game, 5-6 assists. That's my first thought. Second thought is Huerter he pulled a Marco Bellinelli.
Oh.
And just couldn't make a shot.
Yikes.
Since he came here.
Yikes.
Harrison Barnes was left to be the second best player, the second leading scorer a lot of the times, and he couldn't step up and execute that on a consistent basis. He was more of what we saw last year, where he'd have 25 and then 4 the next night. And Davion didn't develop. And yeah, Monk wasn't as advertised. Those are the things. I don't know if that's necessarily what you're looking for, but those are the things
that's it.
If all those things,
that's a lot.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think any of that's happening.
I don't either.
I do. I want to get back. I do want to get back to one thing that you just said, but I honestly feel like the only way this team doesn't make the postseason in some way, shape, or form is if I'm just dead wrong about the conference. If getting to the postseason be that playing, be that 10th is 41 wins, 42 wins. I that's the only way I see this happening is if I'm wrong about the conference.
Which, like, you would have to be historically wrong because remember,
You're
like
right. 'Cause
we've
I'm
talked
never
about.
wrong. That's right. It would be historic for me to be
like
wrong.
we've talked about a number of different times. 10 is never that. It don't matter how
right.
strong the conference is.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
10 is always way off from 9. 10 is like mid 30s, always.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Mm-hmm.
10 was 40, I mean, it'd be a historic season, which I don't even know how that happens without, like, I guess the bottom would have to be really, really bad. Like, how does that even work out math wise? You can't even have that many 41 teams. It feels like.
It's adorable. I am not doing math on this program, sir.
We'll see. Where are you?
So-
But like, you can't have that many 41 teams unless, excuse me, the bottom is like
The Eastern Conference is historically awful.
Eastern Conference. So the bottom 3 on each conference are like
yeah,
teams.
yeah. Oh, is that even mathematically
I don't
possible?
know.
Yeah, I can't. But you said something there that we haven't talked a lot about. That's Davion.
Mm.
And you mentioned like one of the things that could hinder this team headed into the season, or could hinder this team late in the season, trying to make a play and trying to make a postseason push, is Davion's lack of development. If Davion doesn't develop this year,
Mm-hmm.
Davion hasn't really stood out in the preseason.
I agree.
Other than the viral clip from the Lakers game, which that's what Davion does. But as we were, again, that's one of those games, and you don't minimize it. It's not a bad thing that everybody looked good, but in fact, everybody looked good. You go back the night before, or the game before, excuse me, everybody looked terrible.
Mm-hmm. Phoenix
game, they had their best game and their worst game, one after the other. Worst, best. Like that's just kind of how it went. But there was nothing about Davion that really stood out this preseason. I'm not concerned about it, but I'm watching it because I expect Davion to be significantly better than he was last year. And I've always attributed that to the same thing, and my energy isn't changing. I expect Davion's role to be certified. Exclamation point, stamp, written in Sharpie.
Right.
Like he knows what his job is on a night-to-night basis. Now, at the end of the game, it could fluctuate a little bit.
Yeah.
But through the first 3.5 quarters, I think he's going to know on a night-to-night basis what his job is.
So let me ask you a question. What do you envision for Davion and try to come up with an NBA comparison? So, for instance, I haven't really thought this through, but
That's what makes our show beautiful.
Off the top of my head, maybe we're looking for Davion to be campaign the year they went to the finals. Do you remember how he played as a backup point guard? And he was probably more score. Like Davion would be a better defender, but campaign would come in and give major minutes while Chris Paul was resting.
I do. Was that LeBron's? You ain't been around but a year. Be humble. That was campaign, right? That was that year. Yeah.
I mean, is that like what we kind of look for or expect?
A little bit bigger.
A little bit bigger.
Yeah, like campaign was.
That's asking a lot.
Is it really
for your backup PG?
Yeah, I guess so.
I think that's.
I guess I demand a lot.
Well, it turns into greatness. You're like the Chris Paul of sports radio.
That's right. I am the Chris Paul. I have the same attitude he does too, and I think people feel the same way about me that they feel about Chris Paul. 916-909-1320. Let's go to our brother Sam. Sam, what's on your mind, baby?
Well, I've got 3 things that will keep the Kings out of the playoffs. Number 1 is shooting under 48%. Number 2 is free throw shooting under 75%. And number three is missing over 10 shots per game from 3 feet and under from the basket.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right, Sam.
Those are the three things. Okay, guys, have a great day.
Hey,
Take
you
care,
too, Sam. We appreciate you. Those are very specific.
They're very specific. I like the free throw one, or I don't like. You know what I mean?
I know you love that. Sam brought up free throws.
I don't think that would keep them out of the playoffs. So I don't think because if everything else is going fine and they're not shooting good free throws, I don't think that keeps them out. But that's a good point. Like that could be something you said a number of different times. They're gonna lose a couple of games.
Yeah, and I'm not changing that energy.
Shooting.
Like if they shoot like they did in this preseason, like again, you go back to the Phoenix game. I don't mean to keep harping on that game. That was the closest game of the preseason. I think they won every other game by 30 or 40.
Mm-hmm.
That game they won by 1, and it did come down to the final possession. And I think they missed 10 free throws that game.
Yep.
Like you can't do that. You look back you're going to at some point look back at games this season and go, man, they lost to Golden State. They lost to Golden State by 2. They missed 12 free throws.
Yeah.
Golden State missed 4. You're going to be able to point to stuff like that. And I mean, you could do that with turnovers. You could do that with 3-point, the 3-point make discrepancy or even 3-point attempt discrepancy. You could do all of that, but you're in so much control at the free throw line.
Right.
To miss that level. Again, they were 60% in the 60%. The first 3 games of the preseason, I think they hit 72 in the Laker game. And I was like, well, it's an improvement.
Free throws.
They made 72%. It's an improvement.
I'll even take that because when you factor in, I don't know if I'll take that for the season. Who is the best free throw shooting team on the season? It's probably the Warriors for sure with Poole and Curry. But I wonder what their number was. It was probably like mid-80s. That would be my guess. And in the middle of the pack was, if I had to guess, would probably say like high 70s, like 79. I'll take 78, 79. I'll settle for that. That's not what I want. I'll settle for it.
There were 1 million free throws taken in the Phoenix-Sacramento game. Just under 1 million. And Sacramento was 19 of 29. They missed 10. Phoenix was 31 of 35.
That's how you shoot.
That's 88% versus 65%.
That's how you shoot it.
And that was a 1-point game.
Yeah.
With no Chris Paul, with no Cam, with no Devin, with no DeAndre. None of those guys were there.
Right.
So I mean, you're going to be stepping into these games, and Kings fans are going to be, be calling the air frustrated. You're going to be throwing stuff here in the new studio, throwing a controller. That's the one thing that'll make Kenny throw a controller.
Facts.
Is missing damn free throws.
It really does. You want to see me get upset watching these games?
Kenny will tweet when a team's missing free throws. He ain't ducking Twitter when a team can't hit a free throw. That's for sure.
Absolutely not. Makes me angry.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Head coach of Sac State men's basketball, Coach David Patrick, coming up here in about 20 minutes. KC spent some time at Sac State's practice today. Excited to talk to him. Excited for the sports weekend we got ahead with Montana and Sac State, number 2 versus number 7, ESPN, 8 o'clock prime
That's
time.
Gonna be crazy. They said Montana travels too.
I heard.
So it's gonna be a packed house.
Yeah, that's gonna be something.
Damien gonna come in from
I
with the
shouldn't have
helicopter
told you. I shouldn't have told you.
midfield. Game won't start until his helicopter lands on that S logo midfield. That's gonna be sick.
This is why I don't. This is why I don't share with you.
It's gonna
is
be
because
sick.
of this. And you're out your damn mind if you think I'm getting in a helicopter.
Yeah, I ain't never getting no helicopter.
Free throw rankings last year. Philadelphia was number 1 with 82.4%. Chicago, 81.4. Boston, 81.1. Atlanta, 81. Miami, 80.7. The Kings, interesting. They were 18th with 76.8%.
That's kind of middle of the pack, right? 18th.
It is.
It's not
it's
exactly
close.
middle. Yeah,
it's better than I thought.
Yeah, me too. Well, if they can get into the top 12. Who was 12? What was that number?
I have the same text you do. Why are you asking me that? I've literally got the same information you have. God, you're impossible sometimes. Do they though? I mean, obviously we'd love for them to.
Mhm.
It's not as bad as I thought. You in the vicinity 18? Like, can they get away with? I don't know.
If they're
I
at
guess
18 this year, they'll be okay. I'd like to see them get to 12.
I mean, it was just so like they just weren't that for the first 3 games of this preseason. They weren't that.
Mm-mm.
They weren't 70. Shoot, though in the 4th game, they weren't even that. They were 72%. That was their best game.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at 1 and 5 are separated by 2 less than like 1.7%. You drop 5% off of 18, and what do you think that is? That's probably where you're talking bottom 5, 6 in the league.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't that bad last year, statistically. But I think they should be better this year. They got better. Buddy's a good free throw shooter. Marvin's not. Justin Holiday was okay.
Yeah, the 1 or 2 times a month Buddy went to the foul line.
That-
Sure, he was
there's that
very reliable.
There's that
Yes,
part
yes,
too.
the 10 times he went to the foul line on the season, he was good for 80%.
So I guess when you factor that in, Rashawn is a good free throw shooter for a big for sure. Sabonis has to be better this year. Fox has to be better this year.
Yeah, and I think that's what I think it boils down to those two the most because they're probably going to have the ball in their hands more than anybody. I think Davion's a good.
Nah, he's not.
He's not good either.
My first thought is he was like probably in the 60s, high 60s.
I feel like he was good this preseason.
This preseason, I don't know. Last year he was up and down.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, maybe I thought he was good because he didn't go to the foul line. Oh, he was 0 for 2 against Phoenix. Okay, all right. Well, everybody's got to get better. Oh yeah, he went full Buddy Hield. He was like, I ain't going. I ain't going to the free throw line. Damn, that was the only time he went to the free throw line was against Phoenix. Oh, that's a point guard. Wow.
And I hope it doesn't affect his game. But sometimes you see that. It wasn't the case with Buddy because he was a good free throw shooter. He just was doing other things.
Just trying to maximize them dollars.
Buddy Hield shot of the day presented.
If you would like to sponsor this shot at Buddy Hield for no particular reason, contact our friend Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com.
Man. We wouldn't even try, man. I ain't got no problem with Buddy. We wouldn't even try.
Taking shots at Buddy, it's as natural as breathing. Rich.Ripley, that's Ripley, Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com. If your company would like to sponsor our daily Buddy Slander segment, we will mention your company, tagline, phone number, address, whatever call to action you need every time we slander Buddy Hield for no reason here on this program.
I'm stepping in. We have to stop this. I got love for Buddy. We got to stop this.
That was you. I'm here minding my own business. That was you. I was looking at Davion Mitchell and you over here taking shots.
I got
at Buddy
love
Hield.
for Buddy, man. I ain't got no ill will towards Buddy. But
it is funny though. Just every day,
just
for
happens,
some reason,
out of nowhere.
his name comes up. It
Organically.
It's just it's not planned. Brett Favre going to jail is usually written somewhere into the show. Buddy Hield slander, it just happens. It just happens.
Buddy gets a hell of an ovation when he comes back, right? Yeah,
a hell of an ovation.
Yeah, he gets a good ovation. I think he gets a good ovation.
They clap.
He was frustrating, but he was an all right king. He was fine king.
Okay.
You don't think so?
I mean, he won 3-point contest. I mean, I think him winning 3-point contest perpetuated to the Buddy Hield flamethrower. Because that's the only time you saw Buddy all year was when he was winning the 3-point contest. Like Jacoby didn't see Buddy Hield in Sacramento. He saw him at the All-Star game.
Yeah, you're right. But Buddy,
he's not bad. He's not gonna get booed, but a hell of an ovation. I don't know.
I mean, it's not going to be Tyrese level.
Oh God! I mean, I think, what was it? November 3rd. I think that's a national holiday. That was Sacramento holiday.
They're going. It's going to look like Knoxville. They're just going to storm the court for Tyrese. Can't even play the game. But Buddy was frustrating to watch.
Yeah.
At times.
Yeah.
But he didn't do anything here out of pocket.
No,
That's why I think he's going to get a solid ovation.
I think that's what he gets.
No, wait, like I think he gets a hey.
No, I don't think he gets the hay. I don't think he gets the hay. No, I don't think he gets that. And then it has to be spaced out too, because that's Tyrese's night.
It is, but
Buddy was a king like 3 times longer than Tyrese was. And
I don't know how long Buddy gonna be starting. Mathurin looking like a problem. They already
I
mad.
have not watched them yet. I didn't watch them at all.
I saw a couple of highlights, like a condensed game. They already complaining in Indiana. Like, why is Buddy starting in front of this guy?
Get used to it, guys. Indiana, if you need help, if you need guidance on how to get through us, just reach out. We'll get you through this. We've been there. Just lean on us for our experience. Oh man, that was 4 minutes on Buddy Hield for no reason at all.
It was free throw shooting. Davion's got to be better.
One thing Buddy wasn't bad at.
He wasn't. Now, here's what I was going to say, though. And you tell me what you think. Do you think the free throw shooting or lack thereof by Davion, and I'll even throw De'Aaron into the conversation, which I don't think this applies, but I'll throw him into the conversation. Do you think it's affected the way they play the game? You see Davion not getting any free throws. Is he hesitant to go to the bucket, you think, because of the poor free throw shooting? Because if he is, that's a problem.
Davion, no. The thing I worry about with De'Aaron, and I don't think I say this from a homer perspective. We saw it in the preseason too. De'Aaron really does not get calls. Like, he gets to the rack a lot. And for a player, you see, like LeBron, for example, you could probably call a foul on a lot of LeBron James drives.
Yeah.
And it's up to the official whether they're going to do it that game or not. Like, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. It's like holding in football.
Right.
But it's because of his size, his strength, his power. It's big, strong guys who are often leading the league in technicals because they're getting fouled and they're not getting calls. You look at guys like Shaquille O'Neal, guys like Rasheed Wallace, guys like Dwight Howard. They've all led the league in technicals for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
For a guy De'Aaron's size, it is stunning how he just does not get the benefit of a whistle.
Yeah.
We saw that a ton in that first Lakers game. I feel like there was at least 3 drives in that Lakers game where he was aggressive. He got nothing. That, I fear, alters his game more than missing free throws. Because if you're getting to the line, you're getting challenged, 1, potentially getting fouled, 2, that's lowering the percentage of shot that you're taking. Now you're missing at the basket and you're not getting to the foul line. That, I'm far more concerned about that altering his game than actually missing free throws.
No, that's a good point. It's a good point.
Because that's got to be tough. Like, yo, what the hell am I doing in here if I can't get a whistle?
Yeah, that's got to be tough. Look, it sounds crazy. That's what happens to me when I go play pickup 24. Like, why am I attacking the basket? I'm not getting no free throws. So I just shoot jump shots.
Same thing. It's exactly the same thing. What Kenny Caraway goes through at 24-hour fitness is exactly what De'Aaron Fox is dealing with.
What I need to go to the hole for? I'm not gonna get a free throw out of it.
Same thing. It's exactly the same. You guys can have a group where you can, you counsel each other on how to deal with this.
Do we have time?
I don't think it affects Davion though.
Okay. Do we have time for you to answer your own question?
What was my question again?
Your question was day after the season ends, D-Lo and KC.
Oh, I did.
Which was
the only way it happens is if I'm wrong about the conference.
Yeah, the West is better. That's right.
Because and I'm glad I'm glad I threw it to you first because you laid out like 6 things. Man, if those 6 things happen, it's never happening in Sacramento.
No, right.
If it takes all of that
to
keep Sacramento out of a postseason appearance, it's just not happening. We just have to resign to the fact we're going to be a passionate fan base. who loves this team, and we just bitch and complain all year long about
Yeah.
it because we never get what we want from it.
I think out of let's say I did say 6 things, I can't imagine more than 2 of those things going wrong.
Well, there's a couple I'm concerned about, though.
Yeah, but
And
2,
Davion was one of them we talked about.
I think, and 2, the other things go right. I think they could overcome to at least get in the play in.
Yeah.
The 2 that went wrong.
Yeah.
And the other 4 going right.
We'll look at these win totals and some of this other stuff. Basketball starts tonight. It's the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers. Another ring ceremony in San Francisco.
Ugh.
We've got the Boston Celtics and the Philadelphia 76ers. The Celtics will raise the Eastern Conference Championship banner.
Are they?
I hope not. You can't do that.
Let me putting that up there, Jesse.
You can't have Eastern Conference Championship banners up there. I don't think they're doing that. I don't.
They're
think
putting
they're
another
doing
retired jersey up there.
Oh well, maybe.
This one for who? Let's see. For James Posey.
Oh my.
Yeah,
goodness.
James Posey's going to get a retired jersey. That's what they do. They retire every number for everybody who ever played.
Coach David Patrick, Sac State Hornets, joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Dr. David, I see you, baby. Thank you, Dr. David, for buying some more gear for the kids to steal. He got the black and purple cursive joint that you wanted ordered.
Yeah.
We did that one. Shout out Michael Henderson. He got that Tribe Called Quest hoodie. I low-key think that Tribe Called Quest gonna be the hottest one.
I do, and look, man, I understand. It's just I'm not there. I've never been a Tribe guy. I know people love Tribe, so I'm gonna let them love Tribe. It's just not my bag.
Hoodie though.
It is sick.
Dope ass hoodie.
It is sick, especially if you really like Tribe.
If you like corners of the culture.
No, that's true.
Shout out to Christopher. Christopher got him a couple of Tribe blends here with the new cursive D'Lo and KC logo. He got him one of the Giants orange Tribe blends as well. I already mentioned Tyler, man. Shout out to Tyler. Head over to DLoandKC.com. Enter promo code playoffs to get 20% off of your order. 6 orders here just during the show, man. We appreciate you guys so much.
What predictions did he get wrong?
Somebody photoshopped us on the banana boat. That's
the
hilarious.
Panthers.
Oh, the Panthers. Well, we should tell the whole story. That was out of context.
Let you tell the whole story.
This is hilarious. Why is James Ham? Is that Gabrielle Union? Wasn't that Gabrielle Union on the boat?
Why are they calling you the Chris Paul?
You called me that. You called me the
yeah,
Chris
yeah,
Paul
that's
of
right,
radio.
that's right.
Kane's like, why are they listening to me? I don't understand. Oh, man. Oh, that's comedy.
Man.
That is comedy. I was texting with our guys at Sac State. He was like, hey, man, not to be a bother. I didn't get the link. And I was like, man, I sent it an hour ago. He was like, oh, sorry. It went to my junk mail.
Oh, no.
Like, damn, Ryan, that's cold.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Spam and junk. That's what we are. Spam and junk mail.
Wow. And you're not wrong. Like, you're not wrong. But that would be a Celtics thing to do.
Yo, where did I know
They're running out of numbers.
Oh, David Patrick. There he is.
Good thing for them. They the NBA, you can wear whatever number, right? Like, so in college and stuff, they try to keep it within 5s, like you can't have 16, 17 or something like that. 26, 27. So yeah.
Oh, it's terrible.
Blake. You show me.
Have you heard Jamie Foxx's Trump impression?
Yes,
It's
he did it with
phenomenal.
Snoop and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it is phenomenal. Yeah. Kanye of the Culture, Part 8.
I was about to do something. Oh, that's
We got to track down Jonathan Abrams' number. I've had him on before, but have no idea how I got a hold of him. But he just dropped the oral history on hip hop. Like it literally came out today.
wow.
He wrote
like what? On how do you do it?
Oh,
like is it a podcast form or
no? It's a book.
A book. Okay,
Yeah, it's a
gotcha.
book. He did one similar, probably identical for The Wire. It was incredible. And that's why I had him on, was to talk about The Wire. And I can't remember how I did it. I have no clue how I got a hold of him.
The Jamil, did you listen when her and Van Lathan did the podcast for every Wire episode? It's pretty cool. It was through the Ringer, I think, but they had like essentially a post game show for every. They went back and watched every episode and did a recap. It was like an hour long recap for every episode of The Wire. It was actually pretty good.
It was Jamil and who?
Van Lathan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was during COVID, so that's like
killing time. Killing time. I just finished season 2. We just finished season 2 a couple days ago. So it's like, all right, we got that out of the way. Now on to season 3.
I plan to watch a lot of stuff this weekend.
While traveling?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Oh, I see you, Coach. Hey, we close, Jesse? We close? Okay. Hang on, Coach. We'll just bring you up right here. What's happening, Coach?
Good, man. How y'all? What's up, Kay?
Oh, Coach.
Man, we good. We coming back here in just a heartbeat, man. Hang on.
I love it.
ESPN 1320, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Those listening on the Odyssey app, those listening in their electric vehicles on that 88.5 FM HD2, wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us. And most of all, appreciate the head coach of the Sac State Hornets men's basketball team, Coach David Patrick, for being here with us. Coach, great to see you.
Thanks, guys, for having me on your show. Awesome to be here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How is it like we talked to Mike Brown a few weeks ago about this? I know you have a relationship from Mike Brown. Does it feel like you're starting from scratch there at Sac State?
It does. Just most importantly, got a whole new group of guys. I got 9 new guys in the program, and the guys that stayed. It's just a new voice, a new language, a new way of trying to coach culture and change culture. So it's relatively new to all of them. And so, Casey was able to come by today. We're a lot further than we were when I got the job in April, but we got a long way to go.
Yeah, man. I had a great time getting into the nest this morning, man, and seeing you guys practicing. They were getting after it. That's the type of ball I like to see. They was getting after it. There's a lot of excitement around this program and around this basketball team. Do you feel like your players hear it? Because a lot of them are new to this. They don't know what has been going on in the past in Sac State as far as like it somewhat being a little dormant and there's so much excitement. And Coach, if they do, how do you temper that and say, hey, nothing matters unless we go out there on the court and actually execute?
Look, I think in this day and age, unless it's on their phone, they don't know what's happening. So the word tradition and all that's out the window with these new age kids that we're coaching, or these new student athletes we're coaching. But I kind of get them to focus on the moment and the day. Obviously, they know it's 20 days till our first game at UCLA, but also tell them that we got a chance to do something that's never been done here. Our hope is to try to finish in the top 4 or 5 in the league this year, try to get a bye in the Big Sky tournament. And those things sound easy to say, and they're usually hard to do. And so when you have a place where people in the Big Sky have come in and won, regularly, it's hard to change. So I'm trying to get these guys to know that we got a target on our back, and we got to be the hunt. Go out and hunt these guys and take down the opponents that are in front of us.
Coach, you talk about things that haven't been done before. I want to mention this here real quick before we dive too far into the basketball program. Sac State is giving away tickets to this weekend's game, number 2 versus number 7. Sac State, Montana, Hornet Stadium, 8 o'clock. Woo. Text Hornets to 916-999-9293. Again, text Hornets to 916-999-9293 for a chance to win 4 tickets to that game this Saturday.
I know you're going to be out there, huh, Coach?
I'm going to be out there. Yeah, my wife, my kids, we're all going to be out there. What a great job Coach Taylor and his staff's done with that team. Man, to be number 2 in the country is phenomenal. I thought I came from a football school in University of Oklahoma, but Sac State is a football school, and it's been neat to see all my friends nationally reach out about the football team. When you're in the Big 12 and the SEC, that's football country. But to see these guys tweet and text about Sacramento State football, it's awesome what that staff's doing and that team's doing.
Coach, you've been everywhere. Now, I don't know how many people know your story. I know people got acquainted with you when you got the job. Of course, you joined us, but the Sac State makes that announcement, and there's messages coming out from Ben Simmons. There's messages coming out from all over the NBA and internationally. Like Coach, where do you feel like you've established your strongest foothold in the game so far?
You know what, I would say I'm a national recruiter and international recruiter. Obviously, you talked about Ben Simmons. I've just tried to I've been blessed enough to play all around the world and coach all around the country. And I've tried to nurture those relationships along the way. Haven't used them all for recruiting, but it's helped in terms of attracting the talent that you've talked about. But, my kids would think they're West Coast kids that were born up in Walnut Creek in Northern California. We were here 5 or 6 years at St. Mary's College. I was fortunate enough to come back as a head coach to Southern California to UC Riverside. So if you ask me where we'd rather live, it's on the West Coast. And it's why Sacramento State was a great destination for me. I know those that want to tell you where you should be wouldn't have picked that for me, but I think this is a great spot and somewhere we can grow and somewhere we hope we're free for a long time.
Hey, Coach, that's when we started taking notice when Ben Simmons tweeted. He don't say nothing. Ben don't say nothing. And all of a sudden he had this eloquent post. I said, oh, it must be real. David Patrick, it must be real, man. So that got everybody excited, man. I was excited watching those guys play this morning. And Damian, they got some big boys in there. I always joke with Damian. I'll be like, man, I can go out and get a couple buckets right now. I'm pushing 40. But look, Coach Patrick, because you got buckets. You don't ever forget how to shoot. You don't ever forget how to get a couple buckets. I can get a couple buckets.
He can't play defense, Coach.
Nah, that's not my back no more. What am I playing defense for? I'm almost 40. What I need to stop somebody for? So, but going to that practice today, they got some big boys out there. I don't know how I get my shot off on that, but I'm gonna have to be a catch and shoot. Swing that ball. You got some big boys out there, Coach Patrick, man. That's one of the big things about this season for me personally, is you look at that roster and it looks like a D1 roster. It looks like big kids that can compete against anybody in the country just with the size that they have.
Look, I think we did I wanted to be big. I wanted our separation to be size and size that could play. And it's no use being big if you can't play. So I think we've done that, with our post players at 7'1", 6'10", 6'11", 6'9". And then our point guard plays big. We got a 6'4" transfer from Oregon State and Gianni Hunt. So we got length and size and age in our program. But, most importantly, they're great kids. They compete hard. They've bought into what we've talked about doing. And Mark Orr, our AD, and President Nelson have given me the resources to go out and be able to recruit those type of kids. And when they see the new gym at the Nest, they're trying to make things right, not only for the student athletes, but the fans that come out and watch us play.
How much of a game changer is that transfer portal for you?
It's huge. Usually last time I got a job, you had to wait a year for your transfer to be eligible to play. Now they're ready to play right away. And so It's a game changer in terms of when you take over a program and getting them. I think the tricky part is how do you sustain it? How do you keep these guys from going back in the portal? So their experience, I think, needs to be great while they're here, not only on the floor, but off the floor. And I think when you talk about the city of Sacramento and the university, we have everything that any kid that comes in this program needs. It's a great place to live. I think we got great coaches on that staff, and they got a chance, to get to the next level living here in Sacramento.
Coach, one of the guys that returned, Zach Chappelle, funny story. His dad coached me my JV year at McClatchy, and then I ended up coaching some high school, and I coached Zach for his senior year all-star team, right? And I've seen him, go from San Jose State, be here at Sac State. He's one of the guys that stayed around with you taking over. How is fostering that relationship with not only Zach, but the other people that stayed around? How has that been? Because they were already here, and it seems like they fully embraced you from the moment you were hired. How is that whole dynamic gone?
I think it's been great. We call Zach Sacramento because he's everybody in Sac loves him. Shoot, you coached him, and you must have coached his defense because he can shoot, but boy, he don't like to guard.
That's fact. That sounds like a Coach P player right there. There you go.
But Zach's bought in from day one. When you take over a program, you don't know, what that guy's going to do. Are they going to leave? Are they going to stay? But he's had my back from day one. And so my plight to this team is to send him off on a great note, like get him out of here, with a winning record his senior year. I think Coach Katz and Coach Laird, the previous coaches, have a great foundation for him. I hope this is just to, I've added some other players around him to help him get to the next level. But he embraces everything we're about on the floor, off the floor. His commitment to the school and to the court's been great. So Zach's a special player for us.
Yeah, Coach, we talk about with the Kings sometimes. Obviously, they're going through kind of a rehaul on their own. Is there ever a concern for you when you're practicing and you're going through these day-to-days that implementing too much too fast could kind of have the opposite of the desired effect?
Definitely. I think we've kept it pretty simple defensively of how we want to guard. We don't want to give them too many outs. If you give them too many options, they have too many outs. And I think offensively, it's the same thing. When you have so many transfers as we have, they've come from different languages, different offenses. And so what I want to do is try to simplify it for them, let them learn how to play, and rather than teach them plays. But defensively, I keep it simple. Defend, rebound, take care of the ball. It's pretty simple, easy to say, but sometimes hard to do.
Yeah, no, I get it. Hey, Coach, I know you're a busy man. You get a chance to, NBA season starting tonight, man. You get a chance to follow the league at all? Like, what's your thoughts about the season this year? You got a finals prediction at all right now?
Man, I think there's a lot of parity this year, man. I'm an NBA junkie. I think my NBA, half my check goes to what NBA gear and watching NBA games. But I know the Warriors had a little scuffle over there that might have threw a spanner in the works, but I still think they're the team to beat. I think Golden State are good. I like Milwaukee, but those two are probably my teams. Obviously, I think Sacramento Kings make the playoffs. That's a definite. Mike at the helm, and then once they make the playoffs, anything's possible.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, Coach. Just for the record, do teammates go around punching each other? Is that normal? They really tried to play like that was normal, and I've been around the game a while, Coach. I ain't really seen that part.
Not typically, man. That's not normal. I wish my guys would think about it, and then they'd not do it. That ain't normal. That ain't normal.
Coach, we're excited for this season coming up, man. We're really excited to build and grow this relationship with Sac State and the Sac State men's basketball program, man. And we're looking forward to you to being a part of our show pretty regularly here, man. Thanks for joining us.
No, thanks so much, D-Lo and Casey. Make sure you guys go out and watch that game this Saturday, the Sac State football team at 8 p.m. against Montana.
Yes, sir.
That's
yes,
it.
Sir. Take care, Coach. We got to break some bread, Coach. We got to break some bread. We got to get up,
100%.
baby.
100%. I see your wallet. You got the.
He already knows. See, Coach already know. Coach already know. We appreciate you, Coach. Thank you.
All right, yo. See you.
See, Coach already know. Look, you met Coach
on,
one
man.
time.
Coach,
He already know.
What Coach talking about, man? I'll just be out here trying to get from point A to point B.
Everybody know you can't even hide it. You can't hide money. You can't hide money. The number 2 ranked Sac State Hornets take on Montana this weekend. You heard Coach mention that Hornets are 6-0. This is their highest ranking ever. text Hornets to 916-999-9293 for a chance to win 4 tickets to the game this Saturday. And I said this to Coach. I said we're really excited about building a relationship with Coach and that program and Sac State as a whole. Man, that is a commodity that has not been given enough resources by local media here in Sacramento, and that's going to change
for sure, man. I was talking to Jesse about this before the show, and it's a great. It's a city, relatively big city, mid-major, whatever you want to call it, but it still has elements where a place like Sac State should absolutely be at the forefront, or up there with the Kings and the Republic and things of that nature. This is a D1 program in basketball, FCS powerhouse in football. Like that, they need some love. Yeah. They need some love, and we're gonna provide it, man.
Yeah, they're gonna get it.
It's gonna be a lot of fun talking to Coach Patrick, man. I tell you, I was at that practice, man, and they got some big boys out there. Because it's funny, so I'm talking about, I could score, whatever the case may be. And Coach had, it was myself, Coach Ty Ellis, a couple other people. The coach from Capital Christian was over there. We were watching practice, and Coach had all the players after they huddled up just come by and say what's up to us. Yeah, I wasn't as tall as any of them. they was all towering over me, had me feeling some type of way.
Oh, okay, Kenny, you're 40, man. Just let it go. Let it go. You got money. You heard Coach Patrick's all your wallet. Like, all right. Like,
I don't know, man. I don't know what that was.
Why the hell don't we air their games? Do we know why? Charlie would know. Does anyone know why we don't air their games?
Who?
The Sac State, the basketball team.
We do.
Do we? I don't think we do.
Yeah, we do.
We air the basketball.
So I'll put it to you like this.
I don't think we do.
When we first got this show, we absolutely did, because I would listen to them.
Okay.
But Charlie will
we do?
know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, because you're going to start knowing every time Sac State plays.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
We're going to make sure.
Sac State going to be.
Matter of fact, Jesse, reach out to the Sac State football play-by-play guy. See if we can get him on the show tomorrow. We want a football perspective for this weekend's game, and since he works for ESPN 1320, reach out to the play-by-play guy for Sac State. I'd like to have him on the program.
You know what I thought about with Sac State though? Now this is probably like, I don't want to say generations, but something like that, a bigger enrollment, all this other stuff. But why can't Sac State be what Memphis is to Memphis? Used to be Memphis State. I'm sure enrollment is one thing or whatever, but I don't know Memphis to like say like, oh, it's a commuter school or it's not or whatever, but not only like the city gets behind Memphis. It's not really, I don't want to say it's not the student body, but the city, like, they've been rocking with Memphis, quote unquote Memphis State for a long time. There's no reason why we can't do that here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that. I'm genuinely, I posed the question earlier, kind of tongue in cheek. I didn't realize the Republic playoff game that sells out. The Republics sell out every time they step on the pitch. They sell out.
Yeah, and it's the playoffs.
And then you got this 2 versus 7 on ESPN, biggest game in Sac State history.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then you got Kings basketball just starting.
Man.
And I said this tongue in cheek, but okay. Are there enough sports fans in Sacramento to fill up all 3 of those venues?
I think so. I do.
I mean, of all likelihood, the Golden One Center will probably be, because I think the Golden One Center, if you're not a season ticket holder and you're looking to step out, I think you're going to want to step out Wednesday.
Yeah.
And LA is obviously a great team. The Clippers, I think, are a great team, but I think the Republic will sell out.
Yeah.
And I'm fascinated to see. I mean, there's no way they're going to let Montana run up in Sac State.
Montana's going to be. They're going to be in the building, but they're not going to overtake it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They're going to overtake it.
That's what I mean.
I'm trying to.
You can have whatever space is left, and then when y'all phones fall down the bleachers and into that fenced area, you just stuck.
You better have somebody that can climb that fence for you.
Because Alba ain't with you. Alba with me. Alba with us. Just like her hubby is. Her hubby with us. And yeah, she ain't gonna be out there to fetch everybody's phone. So Montana's gonna be on that side, and all their phones are gonna fall through the bleachers like mine did.
That's gonna be an epic Saturday. Wow, it's gonna be an epic Saturday.
Yeah, I thought like, and it's hot. Like in my head, it's Tuesday, and I'm thinking I could pull this off. I could do it.
You can.
No, I know I
You got
can do it. But
No, you
like,
got
I could
this.
do it. My partner's not here, which is kind of lame. But I'll
It
go.
is
I'll go. I'll
lame.
go knock this out. Now it's like, oh, you're just leaving out the Republic playoff game, huh?
Connor.
Oh man,
Connor, we might.
What time does that
to
game
pull up.
start?
It's at 7.
Come on.
You know what they should do, but they won't do it. That needs to be a 1 p.m. start.
The Republic?
Yeah. That needs to be a 1 p.m. start, but they're not changing it.
That's tough. Man, what a weekend.
It is.
What a weekend.
I'll
I
be
hope,
stuck in
man,
the airport.
this city going to show out. Yeah, you are going to be stuck in the airport.
Jeez.
You're going to Jamaica, so stop acting like that. Shout out to the athletic department too, by the way. At Sac State.
Yeah.
They've obviously done a tremendous job by getting a guy like Troy Taylor in there to do what he's done with that football program.
Absolutely.
And now David Patrick and what we expect him to do with this men's basketball program.
Hey, man, like you said, shout out to the athletic department. This is Sacramento State, D1 in basketball, in the Big Sky Conference,
Yeah.
FCS powerhouse in football. This is legit college sports here in Sacramento, right here. And I was talking to Jesse, and this is no shade, but it's not no shade. I mean it. It's not Davis. Davis is a ways. Sac State is right off of 50. It's right there. Like it's right in East Sac.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there. You can get to all these games. You can follow along what they're doing. And I think we're at the beginning of an uprising for Sacramento State athletics. Hell, Sacramento State baseball been doing work.
Mm-hmm.
Sacramento State baseball been doing work, so they still got them in the fold too. So and if memory serves me correct, I think the women's team is actually pretty good too. The women's basketball team is. I think they're good.
Did you pick up that piece of information when you stopped in the parking lot on your way into the game last Sunday? Is that where you picked up that piece of information?
Hey man, I
don't know how Kenny got to pass to the student parking lot. I'm over there with the rest of the media, parking over there, walking downhill. Kenny comes in, boy, it's lit out there in the parking lot. I was like, what parking lot were you at? Yeah, that one right there where the women's basketball team is. All right, cool.
I said,
cool,
man,
cool.
let me get to this gate, man. No, you ain't gonna have me like Larry Stacey out here.
Put your head down.
Put your
head down and keep walking, bro. Wait till ESPN 1320 starts carrying the women's basketball team games too.
I'm gonna go to their practice too. And I really do think they're gonna be good. I think last year they were. I want to say they got to like I feel like they got to the semifinals of the Big Sky tournament, something like that. They did pretty good. So I got to check them out too. Got to show them love.
Well, Sac State's going to have endless support from D'Lo and KC and from ESPN 1320 as well. Eric Crocker is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. The birthday boy, the professor, Jason Jones, going to be with us to close things out coming up at about 3:20. We'll open up the phone lines back for you at 916-909-1320. Of course, it's opening night in the National Basketball Association. By the way, another player reminding us that punching teammates is not normal. That's not something you regularly see.
No, it's funny you say that because that's what I meant to tell you too. I was listening to Zach Lowe's podcast. He had Jeff Van Gundy on there. And Jeff Van Gundy, Knicks or whatever. And Zach Lowe was like, so, is that, common? You had some pretty rough teams or whatever. And he said, and Jeff was like pretty emphatic, like, I'm kind of disturbed how people are saying like this happens all the time.
Thank you.
Like it's
absolutely
does not happen all the time.
It's not.
He's like, I remember 2 times there were fights and they didn't last. I mean, this one didn't last long either, but he's like, it was not like he was just saying like, I'm a little surprised to hear former players and people talk about this stuff. What we saw does not happen all the time.
Yeah.
And
I think people were mixing scuffles with punches.
Mm-hmm.
You scuffle and you get pulled apart or you push or you grab, you do all of that. Like right. I absolutely see that being normal. Not what we saw from Draymond Green. That's not. And I'm glad someone like Jeff Van Gundy is stepping up and saying, yeah, that's not normal. I've been in the game as long as anybody, and that's
seen the
not
most
normal.
physical teams of all time.
Yeah.
That's not how things go.
We got a couple of NBA related questions I'll throw your way as the Celtics and 76ers get underway, as the Lakers and the Warriors get underway this evening. But a couple of things to think about. What team has the most pressure on them? We might see them tonight. My immediate thought was we might see the team that has the most pressure on them tonight, and it could be in either of the two games. We'll explain that. Again, phone lines are back open for you, 916-909-1320 if you want to watch the show. Hell of a internet connection from Coach David Patrick there. We've got probably going to work on that in the days coming. It had strong James Ham vibes over there.
They were taking bets in the chat.
I saw that. The money was being laid. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We're back with more D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I did not know. Like I remember airing the games when we first started. I thought they just stopped because we never promote them. Like, why wouldn't we promote them?
Yeah, they're still on. I don't know what they do if football is playing at the same time. I don't know that, but
yeah.
Maybe that's okay. When they first started, well, now see, when they first started, home conference doesn't make sense because it was during COVID, and I don't think they had a preseason schedule. I think they just played all conference games during that. So that's probably why we heard them like immediately. Yeah, y'all are
tuned into my brain.
Yeah, man.
Tuned into my brain. That's good stuff.
Roy, he did say that too. That's correct. He said that was another surprising thing about that is seeing a big guy beating on a smaller guy like that.
That was Jeff Van Gundy and who?
Zach Lowe.
Okay.
We're watching I got the game on, and the baseball game, and the guy who hit the home run off of Garrett Cole just had a little pop out or whatever. And of course, a Yankee fan in the stands. You're an effing baby. You're an effing baby.
Good Lord, man. Lester, shout out, baby. Appreciate you so much. Lester ordered he ordered that neon pink Fresh Prince for the Culture hoodie.
Hey now.
That's pretty dope. He also ordered the Tri-Blend Parental Advisory Corners of the Culture Tri-Blend. So Lester, we appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. DLoandKC.com. It depends on, so the Tri-Blends usually ship relatively quickly. Hoodies take a little bit longer. Yeah, they take a little bit longer. When we switched printers to get a higher quality shirt, and they take, like, the other ones took on average like 7 days. These ones take like 10 to 11 to arrive, 10 to 12.
Damien, do you have a tux?
I do. Probably not one that I'd wear though.
Yeah, I need to get one. I need to get a tux.
I had one. It was like year did I get? 2008. Yeah, that ain't gonna work like it used to.
that's the baggy joint.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work like it used to. Yeah. I mean, even the style though. Like, I'd want a different style. Yeah. I want one of them Chet Holmgren joints.
I need to get a suit or a tux at some point. I don't have a tux.
You need a tux for this weekend?
I already got. I rented one. Obviously, like Men's Warehouse or something. But I got it yesterday and was wearing it. I was like, I need to have my own tux.
Yeah, it's always good to have. Oh, Warren got what I think is my favorite hoodie. He got that Lavender De La Soul joint. That should be in my mailbox now. I was hoping to have that on today for the announcement. Oh, who just placed that order? Woo, Ooh, John, we see you.
John Bull?
No, John Maury. John just
man.
ordered the Royal Cursive joint,
Oh, hello.
the black and blue joint, and the Sacktown's own D-Lo and KC joint.
Hey, and we don't tell nobody what to wear, but hey, it'd be dope if you go into the game tomorrow and you got gear, man. Rock that gear, man. Rock that gear.
Yeah, none of this is gonna arrive in time for
Oh yeah,
tomorrow's
they just
game.
ordered today. That's
Yeah, this is just we are not Amazon. I just want to be
Amazon
clear.
Finally got me my damn iPad holder.
We are not Amazon Prime. We're more like Amazon in time. It'll get there. Trust us. Just yeah, not yet. Contact. Oh, is that Jonathan Abrams? Oh, gotta get Jonathan Abrams on this Corners of the Culture.
Hey, shout out to my guy, Coach Chris. He said he ordered his shirts. Big ups to my guy, Coach Chris. Sorry about those lines. Hey, he need a sympathy shirt for what he's going through right now. Although, Coach Chris, I think the Kings are gonna make you happy this year. The Kings are gonna bring some joy to my man, Coach Chris Lights, because he's a Giants, Kings, Lions fan.
Ooh. So where did the Lions come from?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. NBA season gets underway tonight.
Let's go, man. Let's go. NBA's back. Feel like we had so far to go, like in August, and we're here. Opening night.
Who has the most pressure on them? Not a Kings related question, not even an individual related question. If I said which are the 30 teams in the league? Yo, this is and the Kings could absolutely be the answer. Kings got a lot of pressure on them, but it's different than some of the teams that I'm thinking about and judging by the reaction here in the chatty house. A lot of them are thinking the same way as well.
My first thought, probably in line with you, is the Sixers.
That's the one. Yeah,
the Sixers
that's the
for
one
sure.
that really stands out to me.
I feel like it's probably not as much as the Sixers. I feel like the Lakers got some pressure. I mean, you got LeBron James here.
Well, anytime you got LeBron on your squad, time's winding down. You
got LeBron.
Yeah,
you got to win.
You've got to take advantage of that. And I don't think they're going to be able to. So it's going to create an interesting. It's going to create an interesting first half of the season because it's going to constantly be, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Where do you stand on like people who say that type of pressure is going to force them into making a deal for Buddy Hield, Miles Turner, giving up future 27? Like, to me personally, if I'm the Lakers, and I understand trying to get that without giving up the picks, but
do it.
You got LeBron James,
that's
and Anthony
it.
Davis.
That's 100% what it is.
What are we stressing over the 2028 first round pick?
You've got to. The whole goal is to win a championship.
Yeah,
and I know the Lakers. They pride themselves, and we're constantly in the mix. We're always going to be relevant. We're always going to be the Lakers. Our goal is to win titles year after year after year after year.
And they're not wrong. By the way, they're not.
No doubt, they're not wrong.
That's what they do.
But that's not what happens.
Yeah.
And you've got to accept that. It's not what happens. You've got LeBron James, who is still playing. Everyone says LeBron James is going to fall off. LeBron James is going to fall off. LeBron James is going to fall off. Spoiler alert, LeBron James has not fallen off.
Right.
You still have a very, very high level LeBron James. You never know what you're going to get with Anthony Davis. If you could surround him with more talent, if you got to give up your stupid draft picks that you'll probably mess up anyways, give them up. Get better now. Ultimately, that deal for Miles Turner and Buddy Hield probably gets done.
Yes.
For multiple reasons. Indiana's going to stink, but they're going to want to graduate to really, really stink.
Right.
And the Lakers are going to get desperate.
Yeah.
And then you buy out whatever's remaining of Russell Westbrook's contract. Obviously, you're going to treat the future Hall of Famer like he's garbage, and then he can go do whatever he wants.
Let me ask
which
you,
makes me wonder if he's even going to be on a roster by the end of the year.
Well, let me ask you an interesting question.
Which is absurd.
Do you think Russell Westbrook ever plays another game with the Lakers?
Like past tonight?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think he's playing tonight, right? He's like questionable.
No, I think he's playing tonight.
He's in. I thought I
think
saw
so.
where he was undecided. Okay.
I think he's
Okay.
playing tonight.
I just thought, who knows how long the injury would linger.
Yeah.
And maybe they just send him home to get a deal done at some point.
Sending him home will be that. It'd just be freaking wild to me, dude.
I know.
Like that's really like you look at that Los Angeles Lakers team, and you're telling me the answer is to send Russell Westbrook home? That's the answer to that team's problems. I love Russ. That team sucks with Russell Westbrook. That team sucks without Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
That's goofy, man.
They're gonna
this sending
even
players
worse.
home. This got to stop. This stuff is stupid. Y'all sat John Wall down for an entire year.
They did.
For what? Carmelo, y'all made Carmelo sit for what, like a year and a half?
Well, the
Is
killer,
Carmelo on a roster?
he's not on a roster right now.
Man.
Kings might need to take a look. But I agree with you.
Yeah.
And some of that has to do with the fact, all rise, by the way, that some of that has to do with the fact.
You want to provide some context over there, guy? Because I don't. I've got monitors with beds and I got buttons.
I'm like, were you looking for a new bed? What?
I feel like Macho Man was a small package.
Where'd
style.
that
I'm trying to give precedent to what's in front of me, and I got a giant television with a clock, a giant television that. This is the most useless damn thing I've ever seen. It shows the other 5 radio stations in the building just sitting there. It's like, I don't need to see that. I would really like to see what's going on in the Yankees game. So could you provide some content for the lowly people who don't have iPads in front of them?
Aaron Judge solo home run now, 4-0 Yankees in the bottom of the second.
All right. Yeah. Deciding game here.
Yeah, deciding game. But some of that, the thing that like drives me crazy about, say, John Wall or whatever, is the Rockets did that and didn't even like make a deal for him.
And didn't do anything.
Like, if you weren't gonna like make a trade for him, why not just cut him in last season? What are we holding out for?
Yeah. So
I don't get that. Carmelo was nobody in the league for whatever reason was signing Carmelo. That was crazy.
This has got to stop.
What was the other one?
Ridiculous.
It was Andre Drummond, who they just sent home. Remember, they sent him home. Cleveland did, or Detroit did, before he got traded to Brooklyn, I think it was.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
Detroit
so you say it has to stop, but if you are going to deal him,
but if you're going to deal him if you're dealing him, what, you're going to deal him before February? You're going to send him home for the next 3 months?
The right deal might not be there. You wait around.
We got to stop this.
So what's the alternative, though?
I don't know. But we've got to stop this. We've got to stop saying these dudes, oh, you just got to go home. You can't play basketball anymore. What? It's ridiculous.
Westbrook might sit out the whole year. I'm not saying he will, but say the Lakers did send him home, and then he got traded to Indiana. He ain't playing.
You have a window. You want to send me home? Fine. You got 2 weeks to get a deal done. This needs to be the rule. I'll fix the NBA right here. You got a 2-week rule. You want to send me home for 2 weeks? That's fine. If you don't, you buy out my contract in its entirety, and I'm gone. After that 2-week period, you don't get a deal done, you've got a decision to make. Do you bring me back to the team, or do you buy out my contract for the rest of the season?
That's not a bad solution at all.
Although, I don't know what prevents a team from keeping a player around and just sitting them as the 15th man of the bench.
Right.
I don't know how you navigate that part of it.
There's that and back spasms.
Yeah, but
like
if
after
you want to
play,
if you want to play, though, why would you have back spasms?
Because that's the other part of this whole thing, is the player is usually done with the franchise too. No. So that's why they're not being held against their will. They're like, yeah, I don't want to be here either. Let's work out a deal. Till you do that, I'll go. Like right now, Russ, if that was the thing for Russ wouldn't be like, no, damn it. Like, you guys are doing me wrong. I want to play. He wants to play,
Mm-hmm.
but y'all don't want me here. All right, fine. I won't play for you. Find a deal. I'll move on. That takes 3-4 weeks.
I
cool.
wish Russ had opted out. I wish Russ had just said, "You take your $40 million and do whatever you want with it. I got a brand new store down here in Los Angeles. I don't need y'all."
That's the thing that kills me now. I mean, get ready for your OK Lake shows and all this other stuff.
I got it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know where it's at. Oh, there it is.
OK Lake show.
Sounds so much crisper too. Sounds so clean here in the studio.
On 98.5. It sounds great on that too.
Well, for now.
Forever. It better be.
Well, we'll deal with that after the show.
Him on the Lakers is perfect. LA kid, LA son of LA, coming back to LA playing for the Lakers, not the Clippers, the Lakers. And the fact that it's turned out this way, it's nasty. Feel bad for my man Russ.
That's silly, man.
Feel bad for my Russ. But
there is pressure on the Lakers. Let me ask you this. And the first team I thought of, by the way, was the 76ers.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers. The Clippers might fall into that category.
Absolutely.
Bit, but we'll get to them. What about, a weekend of extensions? Clay being asked about his own extension, and Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. And are we looking at a changing of the guard as it pertains to guys like Clay? And of course, you've got the Draymond Green situation. If you think Woj telling everyone that Draymond Green is likely to opt in to his player option next year is an accident, you have not been paying attention to how this game is played. But are the Golden State Warriors, who just won a title last year, are they under pressure to maximize what's going to be a $500 million tax bill this year, and not only maximize that, but maximize their future too? Like, they're not in the position the Lakers are.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers are, it's one or the other. We can make this move. By the way, the move that the Lakers can make might make them a championship contender. Might.
What you talking about, D-Lo?
If they do the Miles Turner, Buddy Hield, they do all of that, and you got LeBron, Anthony Davis healthy, you might be able to do something there. I don't think that solidifies them at all.
No, that ain't enough.
But you're giving up your future for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're rolling the dice. This is the move that's going to get us where we got to go right now. With the Warriors, you're walking this tightrope, this balance beam of maximizing right now and a one-of-a-kind tax bill, but we probably have our future here too.
Mm-hmm.
We just locked up 2 guys because we've seen them.
Right.
We've got a couple others that we haven't seen, and we need to.
I know what you're saying, but there's no pressure on the Warriors. You just want a chip. Just want a chip. There's no pressure. I hear what you say. I got you.
That tax bill doesn't create pressure?
I don't think so. I mean, because
so you can't maximize that.
So for instance, when you say pressure, like all these other teams that we talk about, you lose in the second round, heads are rolling, for a lack of a better term, in Philly and the Lakers and all this other stuff. The Warriors lose in the second round with that tax bill. Man, it was a good 2-year run. Let's regroup and get it back together. Nobody getting fired.
But how do you? But I did no. Nobody's getting fired. But I think you glossed over that first part. Well, I mean, not technically fired. How do you regroup?
Well,
because but my point, you don't know what regrouping looks like, because are you doing it with or without Clay? Are you doing it with or without Draymond? What are you buying in as terms of your future?
You're gonna do it without Draymond for sure. Like, absolutely.
That's what we say.
Absolutely.
I won't believe it till they actually do
it. If Draymond is
the way they kid gloved this whole thing with him, I don't know how they're going to handle this.
If he's asking for the money that he's reportedly asking for, you're absolutely doing it without Draymond. Now, if he decides, I'm gonna take a pay cut, well, he deems it as a pay cut. If I'm gonna take what they're offering and leave it at that, sure, he might still be around. But yeah. Clay is another one. Clay, he is a free agent. He's got 2 years left on his deal, I think, right? I think it's 2 years left.
Okay.
So if it is, him and Draymond come up as free agents at the same time, you're gonna, like I said, unless
I'm sorry, 2 years including this one. So this year and next year, because Draymond has this year,
right,
and he can opt into next year.
Right. I think Clay's here this year. Next year is going to be his contract year.
Okay.
Correct. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like it's pretty clear. If you got to move on from Clay, unless he's trying to take some type of team friendly deal.
40-43. Man, there's no options on this joint. He's an unrestricted free agent in 2024.
How old is he going to be? 35?
34.
34.
Yeah. That year he's unrestricted, he's going to be 34.
Yeah. And but I think you're moving on from him. So I think you're moving on from Clay. You're moving on from Draymond, and you got Wiggins there. You still got Steph. James Wiseman is going to be around still. Yeah, they can figure that out. They can figure. They signed Looney too, so they signed him this offseason. So they got him ready for a few years. Damn, man, the Warriors are never not going to make the playoffs again.
They're around
crazy.
For a while. Yeah, they're around for a while. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM. KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us. Check out DLoandKC.com. Cop some of our new merchandise. Use our very strategic promo code PLAYOFFS to get 20% off your order. Add your favorite items, including our new Corners of the Culture joints, to your cart. Enter the promo code PLAYOFFS. You'll get 20% off of your order right there. That's at DLoandKC.com. You don't even have to miss the show. You can listen live on DLoandKC.com through our link to Odyssey. So the NBA season gets underway tonight. It doesn't look like much came out of Kings practice besides Kevin Huerter participated fully. Keegan Murray is still in health and safety protocol. So that's kind of where we are with that squad right now, or that's where we are with the way things look for tomorrow. I mentioned ESPN earlier and how they did an NBA preview, and I mentioned just a mistake that I thought was pretty egregious. I refreshed to see if they corrected it. It's small. Admittedly, it's small, but it's one of those things that you look at where they've got the Kings pegged at ESPN forecast 34-48. 538 has them pegged at 33-49. Man.
Come on, man.
And then Caesars Sportsbook 34.5 is where the Sacramento Kings are. Of course, they talk about the longest playoff drought in history. Traded the popular Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield to Indiana.
Hey, how long are they going to be mentioning that every single time they talk about the Kings?
When we saw them last, the Kings fired Luke Walton, replaced him with Alvin Gentry, traded the popular Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield to Indiana for Domantas Sabonis, and still failed to win more than 30 games. They
traded those guys with like 12 games left in the season.
There's no reference of Malik Monk. There's no reference of Kevin Huerter. They reference Mike Brown and Keegan Murray. Here's the part that I rolled my eyes at. 2022-2023 is a make or break season for. No one's going to be surprised by the answer. De'Aaron Fox. I want to repeat that. The headline. 2023 is a make or break season for De'Aaron Fox. The next sentence. It is definitely not make or break. But this is Fox's. Right. For those that didn't pick up on it, the bold headline attached to every single team, 2022-2023, is a make or break season for De'Aaron Fox. Very next sentence. It is definitely not a make or break. But and this is the part I rolled my eyes at. This is Fox's 5th season. And it would be nice to see the league's fastest player with the ball in his hands in the postseason for once. It's not De'Aaron's 5th season.
No.
It's his 6th. And I understand that's small. But this is ESPN.com. It's what we always talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Are they paying attention? You mentioned this earlier. That type of mistake goes through like 3 or 4 different people.
Yeah.
It's not a editor. It's multiple editors. It's not just the one writer. We make mistakes all the time. We try to correct them right away.
Mm-hmm.
But we're in a live format. There aren't people proofreading what we're saying. How do you miss that?
Yeah.
Like, it's so simple. I get that it's small. But, dude, why? Now, when I see that, why would I take any analysis you have about this team seriously?
Right. Right. And even like after all this, say you post it, everything's up. I'm sure somebody, maybe not, but I feel like somebody has alerted them to, hey, it's not his 5th season, it's his 6th. And you can easily today in 2022 go in there and make the edit where it's done, it's fixed. No, it's still sitting up there. Wrong information still sitting up there. They don't care. They don't care. Not about the Kings. They don't care. It's lazy.
That's the thing. They probably were told, and they're like, it's whatever. It's the Kings. Just leave it there.
It's lazy.
What, Sacramento's going to be mad about it?
You know what I think about sometimes?
Pragmatic pessimist said Avery Johnson was the proofreader.
You know what I think about sometimes? And I don't blame these people all the time. I do get frustrated because this is your job, right? Like what's Hollinger? This is your job to know what you're talking about. You know, not just throw anything out.
I'm
Zach
beginning
Harper.
to think Hollinger's just a paid smartass.
That's probably what it is.
Like, I was looking at some of his tweets. Like, he tweeted something about DeAndre Hunter, and it's like,
that's
all
probably
right, dude. Like, calm down.
Just a paid smartass, like you said. I do get frustrated when that's your job, right? But at the same time, I understand Kings are, they haven't made the playoffs. Like, why would anybody invest time and money into, willingly on a national level to the Sacramento Kings? But I do think about from time to time, say the Kings got good. Say the Kings got, I won't say Warriors good. Let's just say they got Bucks good. And all of a sudden,
I love you said that as like it's a downgrade.
well, like the Warriors we're talking about a decade,
multiple
plus.
years. I got you.
Like,
I got you.
The Warriors are a dynasty. They really are.
Mm-hmm.
Like this,
no doubt.
This incarnation.
That's not over.
No, that's not over. The Bucks are on a run right now. So, can you imagine your NBC Sports and all the writers and stories they would want then? The Athletic, 3 or 4 writers.
Hey, Jason, you're off the movie premieres, buddy. Back to the Golden One Center.
ESPN doing the jump live in Doco. And I'm going to just be sitting there like, I remember when y'all couldn't even get a season preview right as far as how many years De'Aaron Fox had been in the league. And now all y'all want to be up in here and doing your shows and this is the place to be and all this. I remember. I be thinking about that. I can't wait for those days. I'm going to tell him. Malik Andrews, I remember you would never come to Sacramento. I'm going to tell him that. I remember. What are you doing here? Don't let Coffee Boy come here.
Oh, Coffee Boy ain't stepping foot in
Coffee
Sacramento.
Boy going to be on Zoom. He ain't coming here.
Lucky for him, there's a Starbucks right next to the Golden One Center. We can send him our orders, and he can go get him just like he did when he was a front office executive for the Phoenix Suns. There's nothing in this write-up from ESPN that doesn't involve De'Aaron Fox. It's all I'm telling you, like, I guess Domantas Sabonis is actually sneaky trash. It's so baffling. You have a guy with an established history, but the popular Tyrese Halliburton. You have a lot of hope in Tyrese. Hope is a beautiful thing. But when you have something that's proven, like he is proven to be very good, I don't understand why this dude is so diminished by the national media. I do not get it.
Which is crazy because between the media and the coaches or whoever votes, y'all thought highly enough of him at some point to make him a two-time All-Star. Now all of a sudden he ain't done nothing but have the same production. He's still only 27 or something like that, 26.
Dude is gonna flirt with a triple-double this year, an average of a triple-double. Like I mean flirt, like flirt from a distance.
Yeah, from a distance.
But he gonna be around there.
Yeah,
like I mean, it was goofy.
This
is goofy.
And he was amazing when he was with Indiana. But now you don't even think twice about him somehow.
Something about Indiana. I don't know what it is.
Must be all the steakhouses they have.
They got some good steakhouses.
That's what people always talk about. When I ask the question, why the hell do we keep going to Indianapolis for everything?
The Skywalk. You can walk everywhere and never be on
the
street.
You know where you don't have to worry about that at?
Yeah.
California.
Yeah.
Because it's not 4 degrees.
It's not. It's 84. Shout out to Nicole. She got her Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul, Public Enemy, and 22 Two's hoodie.
Oh, see, I think they kind of understand. I didn't know if they'd understand it. 22. I think they understand. Okay, I see y'all.
Well, it helps. That was the band hoodie. We got to tell you the band hoodie story too when we get back. Plus, we'll hear from Mike Brown for the first time today when we return on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
All right. Here we go. Let me get this in here. Am I good, Jesse? Oh, okay, my bad.
All right, they should be able to hear you now.
There we go. We'll do a 13th round this way. It's no big deal. We'll handle it this way. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. You know the vibes, baby. Shout out to Jordan Brand, my whole crew over there. Jordan Brand always showing love. Shout out Ryan. Shout out Jovan. Shout out to my man, Donnie Dope Ones. He don't like to be called Donnie Dope Ones, but that's still my guy regardless. Shout out to Donna's Dope. You know what it is. Big ups to all my people. 13th round. Your main man, Kenny Caraway. We talked about Alicia Baumgartner, Michaela Mayer. What a fight that was, as advertised yesterday. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the other woman's fight. Clarissa Shields versus Michaela Mayer. Clarissa Shields, the GOAT, absolutely the GOAT, handles business again. There's not, once again, Jay-Z on the Black Album. What more can I say? I mean, she's the best to ever do it. She's dominant in the women's boxing game. And there's nobody that can mess with her. Nobody. Michaela Mayer, I think she beat her in the amateurs. Clarissa Shields avenges that, and she's one of the greatest. In conclusion, or she is the greatest. In conclusion to this women's doubleheader, I thought it was phenomenal. I thought the women showed up, promoted the hell out of the fights, even when there was a little bit of a they had to suspend it or postpone it because of Queen Elizabeth's death. They didn't lose any momentum. When they got back in front of the cameras, when they got back in front of microphones, they picked up right where they left off. Clarissa Shields, Alicia Baumgartner, two extremely, extremely talented fighters who are marketable. And I think this weekend could be the launching point to having more women's boxing. They need to fix the rounds. They need to make them 3-minute rounds. They need to do that. But I think it could be big time. You got two stars in Shields and Baumgartner. You got Serrano, who's a star as well. I think they can do major things with women's boxing. This is one thing where Al Heyman absolutely is missing the boat, because a lot of people say he just doesn't fool with women's boxing, and he's wrong. He's dead wrong. He's missing the boat, because he could take somebody like Shields and Baumgartner, oh my gosh, and make them huge stars. But he don't want to do it. So Top Rank is doing a great job with it. Eddie Hearn, I'll give him credit. He has promoted and uplifted women's boxing in the past. So I think this is the beginning of some really, really good stuff for women's boxing. And that's the 13th round. There you go. Oh. Let me see what the hell's going on here.
Oh, Delivery Joe got his order in.
Let's go.
Delivery Joe got his order in.
Okay.
I was wondering when someone would buy the Chronic. Of course it was Joe. He got that Chronic hoodie.
Yeah, Jesse, maybe Thursday morning, maybe. It'd have to be early, but maybe.
Charlie told me they got an Amazon Prime Black Friday game. They're putting a football game on Black Friday on Amazon Prime.
You know, it's not the worst thing in the world.
No, it just screams we're whores.
Oh, for sure.
Like we are whores, and
Hell
this is
yeah.
what we're going to do. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
That is a trip. That's a trip.
What? I was like, what's wrong here? Oh, it's that. Live on the Odyssey app. We got to do something about this studio, bro.
We do. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to say nothing because, I just play my role. But did you see it got approved?
I don't. What's it?
What we were talking about.
I don't remember what we were talking
yesterday.
About. It's really something you can't say on the radio?
I'm not going to say it. You can say it. I ain't saying it.
I don't know what we're talking about. Where would I see this approval at?
Diana.
Oh, I did see that. So I did, but I don't know that one. I don't know that's for us.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing.
So let me make sure, because I don't know that the announcement had no announcement.
I ain't saying nothing.
Wednesday at 10 a.m. And it's not for us.
No,
it's for me in the morning.
I ain't saying nothing.
We don't get to make the announcement.
I know where I'll be though. Somehow, some way. I gotta walk.
We'll fill you in.
I'm gonna lay
tomorrow.
down in the den. That's where I'm gonna lay down in the middle of the den.
What, out there?
Yeah.
No, you're not. You keep saying that. We could literally put this on the camera. You can go lay down right there. I bet you $20 you won't do it. I know $20 is nothing to
I'll go
when the head coach at Sac State goes, I saw you wallet, Kenny. Like,
how long do I have to sit there? I'll go sit Indian style right now. I shouldn't say that.
You go sit CM Punk style.
Yeah, crisscross applesauce right now. How many seconds?
It depends.
I ain't gonna do. We got things to talk about.
I can't tell. Oh, don't.
We got things to talk.
So
we got things to talk about.
What happens first? Kenny makes good on what he's been saying the last 2 weeks, or the Kings make the playoffs?
Kings make the playoffs. Kings make the playoffs because that's happening this year. I mentioned we were going to hear from Mike Brown for the first time today. So let's do that. We'll check in with 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham here. And here is Sacramento Kings.
What are just some of the concerns from preseason training camp that kind of linger into the season from you, or maybe those unanswerable questions?
Well, what it's going to look like live, because I said this before, you always, when you don't know a team, you haven't been around a team, you always can question or wonder how competitive the group can be, especially under pressure. And, you pick up this one thing, training camp is another, the coach is another, the preseason game is another, regular season game is another. Playoffs is another, and the finals is So seeing who can handle the adversity that you're going to have to face when it counts is a question right now that's unanswered. And part of that adversity is, are you playing as much as you think you are? Can you compete when it gets hard out there? Because, guys played hard in the preseason, but our opponents are going to play even harder than what they did in the regular season than what they did in the preseason. So all those little things that you really can't measure until you get some games under your belt are what I'm concerned with. Not necessarily the X's and O's, because still early. We may have some mishaps here, mishaps there, but we'll figure those out because our guys are locked in. They've got a great feel, and they're hungry enough to take care of the mishaps as times go on. Just the stuff that you can't really track with a stat column.
Like, obviously, every team wants to make the playoffs, but given what this fan base is given the drought, do you think about the potential of how special that might be for the city if you guys were able to end the drought?
Well, the reality of it is, that's what we're here to do. We love the fans. We do, and they're great fans. But even if the fans didn't feel like we need to make the playoffs, I'm not here to coach regular season games. It's just as simple as that. Having said all that, we have Portland tomorrow, and we're not, I'll answer that because I know the fans and the media are curious about it, but that's not my focus right now. If we do what we need to do, this thing is a journey. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. If we do what we need to do to get better, we'll take a few steps back every once in a while. All that stuff, I truly believe, will take care of itself at the end of the day. So our focus right now is on Portland and Portland only.
Mike, to follow up on that,
man. Okay, Coach.
I absolutely agree with Coach Brown. I really wonder how these guys are going to handle the finals too. I do.
Okay. I think Coach was talking about let's see this live. I do, man. You talk about bars. I'm not here to coach regular season games. Man, you talk about a rallying cry that it gets your fan base amped. I'm not here to coach regular season games.
Yeah.
It's not what I do.
Come on, man. This year is different. This year is different.
Oh, I've been avoiding that phrase all off season.
It is, though.
Okay. You want to pull up last year? You want to pull up last year's videos and see if that phrase was said last year?
It probably was.
It was. That's why I've been avoiding it this year. I remember it being said last year. But I mean, man, I really believe Mike Brown was the perfect hire for Sacramento. I believe he was the perfect hire for this team, for this general manager at this time. Yeah. And I think the world of Mike Brown, and I think there are great, great things ahead for the Sacramento Kings. You hear him talking about how is this going to translate when it's live. I don't know the answer to that, but I believe the response when things don't go well is going to be different.
I think
from Mike and from the guys on the floor.
And when I hear that, and I don't disagree with you, I hear what everybody's been preaching for, what everybody feels like they're seeing is a certain level of accountability, right? You know, a lot of people said that wasn't there last year, and Mike Brown is going to have expectations for these guys, and if they don't execute the way they're expected to, so there's going to be some kind of repercussions, whether that's playing time, whether that's whole team quick timeouts, whatever the case may be. And that's what this team needs, right? Whether Luke or Alvin was saying it before or not, it doesn't really matter. They didn't feel that sense of urgency. Like I said, what Luke might have been saying it, might have been preaching it, but the only thing that really matters is if the players believe you, if they feel that level of urgency. Mm-hmm. Clearly they didn't.
And that's kind of that's a part of being a leader that maybe we haven't like talked about, because we've always kind of had our fun with Luke and that whole bit. No, I'm not saving nobody. Okay. I'm just saying we've always had fun with that, where anytime you say something that sounds like it's in defense of Luke Walton, E40 and the click come in, and now it's become a staple of the program. Yeah. But that is an element to not just being a coach, but being a leader. And as a coach, you have to be a leader. If we talked about X's and O's a lot with Luke Walton, and we talked about it. I don't know if my game plan was working because they weren't executing it. I just wanted them to stay in front of somebody for 2 dribbles. Part of being a great coach, part of being a great leader, is getting the team to do what you're asking. Mm-hmm. It's not always whether you're asking them to do the right thing or not. Of course, that plays a factor in it as well. But you could be the greatest X's and O's coach of all time. You could have the greatest vision for a basketball floor of all time. Yeah. But if you can't get the guys on the floor to do what you're asking for whatever reason, and I don't know the disconnect. I know there are people that I've worked for that I've been unwilling to follow. That I haven't bought into what they say. They might have been right, but I didn't believe in them. Therefore, I didn't believe what they were saying. That there's something clearly that whether Mike Brown might not be doing anything different than what Luke Walton was doing, right? In terms of X's and O's, in terms of game plans, in terms of schemes. But this team seems very willing to follow Mike Brown. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know how the delivery is different. I don't know if the level of respect they have for him coming in is different. I'm not sure what it is, but the response to him seems to be significantly different than any coach that we've seen. And I'm including Alvin into this conversation as well.
And let's be. I was trying to think about being fair to Luke Walton, but we'll roll with this, and you tell me what you think. It's a different team. It's different guys.
Very. Yeah. Right? Absolutely.
Like,
absolutely.
There's no guarantee that the guys that were there last year, if they were still here and Mike Brown was coach, that they would have this dramatic change. They may still carry themselves and do things the same way as they did last year.
I agree. But what's your Mekhi Phifer reference?
Oh, the high school high.
It starts right. It starts with De'Aaron. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if that includes Buddy or Marvin or guys that were here, those guys that were here last year. But it probably does. Like I think Mo Harkless is down.
Yeah,
Mo Harkless don't want to play for a losing team.
Right.
Some of these other guys they don't want to play for a losing team. No matter how bad Buddy wanted to get out of here, no matter how bad Marvin wanted to get out of here, those other guys wanted to win. Mm-hmm. And, we talk about tone setter. Like, I think it was, I don't remember if it was you or James. I think it was James who used the line that, I'm paraphrasing a little bit because I can't remember exactly, but De'Aaron is, seems really motivated this year. Mm-hmm. Whereas last year he seemed kind of agitated.
Yeah.
He was agitated entering the year versus motivated entering the year. Well, you pick up from that.
Yeah.
Like you can pick up on that energy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It just the whole center of the Kings universe is different this year. It has a palpable different feel where I think even the most pessimistic Kings fans kind of like, I see it. I got to tap in with Will Griffith. We got to see what Will Griffith thinks about this team, because he was one last year. He was like, nah, y'all are bugging. This team ain't it. And he turned out to be 100% right.
Yeah.
I'm curious what he feels about
Morgan
this
Reagan.
team.
What is Morgan Reagan?
Morgan,
She is cautious.
She's cautious. Yes, I think Morgan is in the camp. The team is going to be better, and I'm basing this off of the NBA preview that they did on television, and
Nice
not
new
necessarily.
Logo, by the way.
They what?
I said nice new logo, by the way, color scheme, everything.
Oh yeah, do some more. That stuff's really nice. They had a great podcast last night with King's Film Room and Drew. That was really good stuff. And then James and Brendy Bear and Sean Cunningham on right after that. That was good stuff. But I think she was more of, they're going to be better. They're going to be noticeably better, but it might not be good enough in this conference. I think that's where she lies, at least based on the television special that aired.
Yeah.
That's where she was. I don't know if that's adjusted at all.
Yeah. So I mean, you know where I stand. We in the same place. I think they're better. I'm not really sold on the conference that much. I think 3 through 10 in this conference is a lot closer than people want to realize.
With 1 and 2 being Golden State and LA.
1 and 2
Clippers.
being Golden State and LA. And whoever gets into that 3, whether it's Minnesota or Memphis, I think they'll separate themselves a little bit. You get
that's one of,
for argument's sake, you could say 5 through 10 because Minnesota and Memphis may be up there like that.
Memphis is the one that I'm really feeling like I think I was wrong about them. Like I think Minnesota could, like I got LA at the top. I'm sorry, I keep doing that. I got the Clippers at the top, with Golden State. And that maybe I was just a prisoner of that because I watched a lot of that Memphis game the other night where Ja was just nuts.
It was phenomenal.
It was like,
they went 3 and 2 in the preseason.
If that's Ja, but I saw one of the threes. I saw one of the threes. If that's Ja,
I think I saw
this
the
is
other
problematic.
He did that. He was going crazy in that game, and then I think their first preseason game was like Orlando, and he was doing crazy stuff. So I didn't see the back.
Can't catch up.
Synergy.
As if it was ever mine. It's like $1,000 a month account or something. That wasn't mine.
And I hope we'll see.
This song's dedicated to my homies in that gangsta lane. Y'all don't know how good Synergy is until you have it, and then you don't have it anymore.
Back to condensed games for us.
Like, oh, this like it was with Synergy. You can put it. You can and slander is funny. You can put in like Buddy Hield air balls, and like all of them will pop up right there. Just
it really is amazing. I never used it before, and I was like, wow. Wow.
That's why every coach on the planet has one.
I can't imagine how they put that together.
Puts it in charge of somebody else. Yeah, they get uploaded right after the games are over.
Crazy how they do that. That is nuts. But either way, like I think Memphis is like, I don't think they'll be the 2 seed, but I do think they're not going to fall off a cliff. I think they'll be around 3 or 4. I can see Minnesota being there as well.
Yeah, me too.
So if you want to say 5 through 10 is about the same, I think that's about accurate. I think you can. There's not a whole lot of separation.
Is it? So 5 through 10, but what are is it 5 through 11?
See, I'm not Zach Harper. I don't think Portland is on that same tier.
So you've got them firmly in the lottery.
I've got them in the lottery. I got the Lakers in there.
Okay.
So like to me, there really is no drama. We have our 5 worst teams in the West, and then it's going to be seeding for the other 10.
Okay.
There's no drama in who's going to make it or not, in my opinion.
We were spot on about Portland last year.
Yeah.
I really hope we're right again.
I think we will.
Oh man, I really hope we're right again about Portland. I really need this one to be right. Because I don't see it. Houston, obviously, Oklahoma City.
Have the
San
Portland
Antonio,
Trailblazers, have they gotten our YouTube comments again?
No, that was actually Twitter. And no, Rip City has not come for us.
Rip City knows.
If the Kings had finished just like a smidge bit better, I was going to retweet every single. I I had because it all started with I quoted Draper saying that the Kings should be better than the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah.
Oh, Rip City had at it. All right. I was Kenny Caraway. I remember. And nothing. We could have. Technically could have. Because it's true. The Kings were better.
Yeah.
But it wasn't strong enough. It was like, hey, we both suck, but we finished with a better record.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
It is what it is.
I need more than that.
Hey, so there's this crazy thing in the East that I was trying to figure out with Jesse, and it's just and once again, Zach Lowe, give credit to him. He talks about this, but I agree. We saw the same thing. There are 8 teams in the Eastern Conference that believe that we're a top 6 team. We are not a play-in team.
Sure.
We're a top 6 team.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them ain't going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
And the 8 teams, Brooklyn, Boston, Philly, Miami, Toronto, Cleveland, Milwaukee, and Atlanta.
Oh, I just thought of something. Go ahead. I'll let you finish first.
Which 2 ain't going to make it?
Toronto.
You think Toronto's in the play-in?
Yeah. Like at 7. Yo, is that an insult?
It's not an insult.
Okay, because your tone gave it a strong.
So I think Toronto's one of the 3 teams that could be in there.
Okay, Chicago's not in this conversation, right? We're just okay. I know. Okay, I already know 2 of yours. Then, if one of them is Toronto, the other one is Cleveland, and I'm not saying Cleveland, so. Okay. I'll come up with something else.
You're right. It is Cleveland on my end.
I know. I don't know who it's
Atlanta.
That was my guess.
I think Atlanta.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards Atlanta and Cleveland being the plan for sure. But you can convince me that Toronto might have to fight to get in as well. So that's why I say those 3 teams.
To fight to get into the play-in?
To fight, to be 6. Like they could be.
Okay.
Toronto
I got you. Yeah.
Would fight to be into that whole little. Triplets of Atlanta, Cleveland, and then Toronto.
We were talking about teams under pressure. Brooklyn?
Under pressure, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, because we're never going to talk about this any other way. We got Eric Crocker coming and everything.
Yeah, we're going to talk football for just a couple of minutes with Eric Crocker. Because we need it for game day.
Casey never hit me back, by the way. Come on, 6'10" in Kansas City. What are you guys doing? Hit me back. The whole thing. Where did you land on the guy for Cleveland running around the bases talking about Garrett Cole was a baby and was rocking the baby and said he's my son and all this other stuff? I thought it was excessive.
I thought it was funny.
I don't
know. Like, this is postseason. I don't know that this is the time for it, though.
Well, this would be the time for the postseason.
Well, I guess this is your last.
They let that stuff. They let that stuff happen there in the postseason.
Because you can't.
I thought that was excessive, especially when now this guy's a good ball player. I think he's got 21 home runs on the season. He's got 20 of them against right-handed pitching. 1 against lefties. You're not exactly Aaron Judge. Okay, settle down.
Yeah.
So now today, I told you what happened the first time he got out, but now all of Yankee Stadium.
What happened the first time he got? Oh, the crowd.
You're an effing baby.
That's right.
Yeah. Who's a baby? Yeah. So now all.
See, that's
Yankee
the thing.
Stadium,
you better be sure.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna have to see that crowd.
Oh, they coming for his neck.
What's the score?
He got out again. It's 4-1 in the top of the 5th.
Oh,
Yankees. He got out again. All the Yankee Stadium. He's just going back. Everybody, little 7-year-old kids. You're a baby, you bum. You're a baby.
Your New York.
I love
voice.
it.
Your New York voice cracks me up.
F your mother.
Oh my gosh.
That's what they always say.
That took a turn. My goodness. That was harsh.
That's what they always say.
Hey, well, since we're in New York, we mentioned Brooklyn. Are your beloved Knicks?
They're a possible playing team. They're not 7 or 8. They could be 9 or 10.
They're not 7 or 8. Well, I mean, Charlotte's out, right?
Charlotte's out. Charlotte ain't in there. Knicks will probably get in though.
I don't know where. I don't think Washington. I don't know where Washington is.
I don't think
man.
what Jesse was trying to tell me Washington earlier. I don't know. I don't see it.
I mean,
sorry,
maybe
Q.
maybe Washington and New York are competing for the 10th spot.
Could be.
Whoever gets to 36.
I think the
wins.
Knicks are actually going to be solid. Like they're not going to be good enough because the East is so good to like be in the playoffs. I think the Knicks are going to be cool. Like the Jalen Brunson signing, obviously it was probably a little too much, but they got a good ball player.
Yeah, like I mean, you can afford to overpay for the Knicks. That's no big
you
deal.
got a good ball player. RJ Barrett is really.
I only thought the
coming to
Jalen
his own.
Brunson signing would have been bad if you traded for Donovan Mitchell. And I was like, this is dumb. Like this makes no sense.
Yeah,
I think they're fine.
Yeah,
I think they're fine.
they might. I think they'll be around in the play-in.
You're gonna make me root for the Cavs this year. Again, you're gonna make me root for the Cavs again.
I don't think they're bad. I'm just saying I need to see it. I need to see it.
7? You at least see him at 7?
Yeah, they could be 7.
Oh,
sure,
okay.
sure.
Yeah, you're right though. That's this East is gonna be this East is a fist fight.
It's gonna
be a straight up
beast.
fist fight. 3 teams with 51 wins last year. Boston, Milwaukee, and Philly, all with 53 wins. All with 51 wins. Miami had 53.
And people made improvements.
Yeah, we'll come back. We've got some power. We got to do power rankings.
Yes, sir.
Basketball's back in like an hour and 15 minutes. Basketball is back. And we're going to talk with Eric Crocker for a minute. It's the professor, the birthday boy.
Yeah, man.
Jason Jones of The Athletic joins us coming up in the 3 o'clock hour as well. Much more ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I don't know where my power rankings are on my computer.
Oh, did I even finish mine? I had one slot open. Yes, I did. Look at the bottom of the screen right there. Head over to DeloandKC.com. Just go right there. Appreciate it. How many orders have we gotten today? We have gotten, man, thank you guys so much. We've gotten 13 orders. I've tried to announce everybody. I feel like I might have missed one. Oh, Jeff Beck. Appreciate you, man. Jeff Beck ordered that cursive King's Legacy hoodie. That was a good call. That was a Kenny call. And the Dope Ones did the work on that one. That was a good call. I think that's been our biggest seller today. DeloandKC.com. Check us out. I think I can see. That doesn't count, man. Hold on. Look at this dude. Look at this. See, I'm not gonna be able to do it quick enough. That dummy was just sitting down there. Like he was sitting like right outside the studio. Like that doesn't count. Dude's a fraud. He's a fraud. Like Stacy's office is. He's laying. So for those who are, he's laying this way. Stacy's office is that way. So he's a coward. Now he's going to get some Doritos. Let's see. 22 hoodies. Yeah, that cursive logo is doing very, very well. I'm glad y'all are digging that. Michael, Warren, Joe, some of our top supporters, man. We appreciate you. I promise. Outside of merchandise, we're gonna find a way to do some more for you guys, man. So thank you. Head over to DeloandKC.com. Oh, also, as I'm begging you to go spend money on us, can you hit the thumbs up too while you're here? That's free. It doesn't cost anything. Go hit the thumbs up, particularly if we're on YouTube. We're at 149 right now. That's respectable, but we got to be at 200. NBA season is here. So we got to be above 200 every day. And that's what really, really helps us grow because we don't buy subscribers. So if you guys can get us to 200, man, that goes a really, really long way in helping this show grow and get those post-show views from new viewers.
My protesting work, y'all.
You didn't do anything. Like you weren't even in it. You weren't even near Stacy's office.
No longer
that was phony. You know what you just did? You just knelt before the national anthems, locked arms, smirked at the camera, and then got up. That's what you did. You're the Jerry Jones of protesting.
You guys didn't even see me. I was right here.
That's a lie.
And then I went over there.
That's a lie.
I was right.
You're
here.
lying. No one believes you.
Run back the tape. Well, you guys can't see it, but hey,
what a coinky-dink.
We're no longer the home of the Dodgers, thanks to me.
Big, just nothing but lies. Used to be my ace.
Thanks to me, we are no longer the home of the Dodgers.
Nonsense.
They do play tonight. I don't know who I want to win. Why you say so definitively?
I like the Padres. Yeah, I like that group.
I mean, now that, now, let's not get it twisted. Now that they've done their job, they're still a division rival. We're going to be there next year. Stop playing. Stop playing. We're going to get Bogarts. It's crazy. Then he's going to go to the Dodgers, bro. I'm going to be pissed.
Where's this box of healthy snacks at? We're actually here. We got a note that said they sent over a box of healthy snacks. Where is it?
I need it.
Man, what do you... Hey, look at scavengers. Looking like, hey, can y'all leave one thing for us? There's no way I have a minute 15 because I just... You're going to have to go get it. Go. Who are you people over there? Man, just this is how fights start. Look at they're all grabbing it. Look at every single man.
Eating it in front of us.
They just wait for the emails to come.
Feels like they damn near sent
I ain't eat
after they got some.
I ain't eat all morning over here drinking these fluids.
Yeah, I had to do this little situation that I swore I wasn't going to do when we came in here, and it's all I've done since I got in here.
This is the longest minute and 15. I should have gone and got some.
Gwitty, hey man, come on, man. You're trying to be healthy out here. Banging on these fools.
Hey, that's right. We're going back. That's right, Rob Dubs. Oh, where's Rob Dubs? Strays coming in from the outside, stealing my healthy snacks. Look at vultures. I swear to God, y'all have never eaten healthy in your life. I swear, something about the word free just turned everybody into crazies.
Ooh, free spinach?
Rich.
I'll take it.
Unbelievable. They out here giving away healthy snacks, and all of a sudden, I'm gonna be healthy today and not eat a bag of Doritos.
Well, look, it didn't even happen out when I went to go get my snack.
You want me to go grab some stuff over there or what?
Can you go see what's there? Look at Jonathan. Oh no, that's a package. Jonathan can do what he wants to. Yeah, go see what they got over there.
All right, I'll be back.
I need some craisins, man.
Craisins?
Yeah. Oh, what? Craisins ain't healthy enough now? That what you're trying to say? Wow.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm not shaming craisins. They're fine.
They're delicious.
They're fine. They're good.
I don't like raisins. Ironically enough.
That's weird. I like craisins. But you like craisins.
Yeah.
All right. They say this is a big rich town.
Hey.
They say this is a big rich town.
Yep.
I just come from the poet's part.
On cue.
Bright lights, city lights. I gotta make it.
Eric Crocker going to join us coming up here in a couple of minutes. Do you want to lead off?
By the way.
Are they all gone? Hold up. Are they gone?
Oh my gosh.
They're not gone, but now it's just like the big bags of stuff. So, like that's just for like the company, like everyone. It's for everyone. There's no little stuff left. So all the like stuff you take yourself, that's all gone.
That's crazy, man. They did us dirty, man.
I'm going back home.
They did us dirty.
I'm doing the show from home. This is weak. This is the first time we ever been in here for free stuff, and it's like the email goes out, and then just vultures circle the table. And it's like, oh, we've got healthy snacks. Y'all have never eaten healthy. Oh, but now today we want the healthy snacks.
Just wait till they have that class party and they do that picture. Everyone come take a picture. We're doing a show right now, guys.
It's gonna be 1:28 in the afternoon. Hey, come on, take a picture.
Can you guys voice track for a second and come take the picture? No. We can't. Run it back.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Bright
you want to
lights,
lead us
city
off?
lights, I gotta make it. Well, before I do that, I'm a week behind. Like I haven't seen the latest episode, but
Okay.
I saw it's picking up. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Business is picking up.
Yeah, I haven't seen the latest episode either, so we're okay.
Business is picking up. Woo!
Yeah.
Business is picking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not talking about football, by the way. He's talking about Raising Canaan for those
business.
that are new to the
Business
show.
is not picking up in the NFL, at least in San Francisco.
Yeah, business in the NFL is actually low-key trash.
Yeah, you said it. No, I'm not against it. That we have a new number one. We do have a new number one in the NFL for KC's power. KC's power rankings.
Okay.
Last week, it was the Chiefs at 1, the Eagles at 2, the Bills at 3, Ravens at 4, and the Niners at 5, and then they mess around and lose.
I'm really interested to see who your number one is because I don't think it's who I think it is. You put
3 of those teams lost.
Yeah.
So we'll start from 5 up. All right, let's do that.
I can already feel you're going to disrespect Philadelphia.
At 5, I've got the Chargers. 4-2.
Okay.
Got the Chargers.
All right.
Well, I think they're better than the Cowboys. I think they're better than the Giants. What you want me to say?
Well, the Cowboys lost, so they don't have no business being in there.
At number 4, I got the Minnesota Vikings. At number 3, I got the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
And at number 2, I got the Philadelphia Eagles.
Disrespectful.
And at number 1, after beating last week's number 1 team on the road and already being the number 3 team in the power rankings, yes, you jumped the Eagles. You go to number 1. It's the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
The Bills are what, 5-1? It's not like we're talking about a 3-2 team here. The Bills are 5-1. They just beat the number 1 team on the road.
Okay. I'm not positive that that's accurate. I'm going to double check before I say that you're wrong. No, they're 5-1.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. So the Bills were your what last week?
3.
And the Chiefs were your
1.
And the Eagles were your
2.
And the Cowboys were your
not ranked.
You didn't have the Cowboys ranked. Okay. I have the Chiefs at number 5.
Oh,
it's
a slide. That's a slide.
I had them at 2 last week. I had them at 2 this week. And this will change, but I'm going to give the Minnesota Vikings their credit. I put them at number 4.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go 3? Where'd you go 3? That's where I want to know. Where did you go?
I went to New York Giants.
Look, I can't be mad at the Giants are what, 5-1?
5-1.
You know, you can't be upset
Baltimore.
with that. They're not in my top 5.
I don't.
But I don't disrespect what they've done.
I'm going to give them. I'm going to give them the credit that's due. They got games to play and they're winning them.
Absolutely.
And they're winning tough games. It's not pretty.
Who they beat the Ravens?
Baltimore. Yeah.
Came back to
Daniel Jones threw for like 100 yards. But they're winning. That's what it boils down to. Like they're winning. And I put the Buffalo Bills, who beat the number 2 team. It was a number 2 versus number 3. The Buffalo Bills move up 1 spot to number 2, and the Philadelphia Eagles, who beat my 4th-ranked Dallas Cowboys, I put them at number 1. Or I should say I kept them at number 1.
Well, Damien, you're really
That's
good.
3 weeks straight for the Eagles.
You're really good at a lot of things in life. If you're not great at power rankings, it's okay.
Well, thankfully I am. It's a relief that I'm really good at this, and I fully understand and comprehend how this works. So I've got the Eagles at 1, the Bills at 2, the New York Giants for now at 3, the Minnesota Vikings for now at 4, and the Kansas City Chiefs at 5, who will take on the San Francisco 49ers this weekend.
I don't get this. Aldrin J says Bills number 1 is fine, but KC low-key hating on Philly. I got him at 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with a 5-1 team being over a 6-0 team. I don't think they're the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like I
don't think so.
I absolutely respect the way Philadelphia is playing. I had no respect for Pittsburgh 2 years ago or whatever it was when they were like 11-0, and it's like, yeah, maybe a couple more will put them in the top 5. But right now, I'm just not buying it. The truth is, if my favorite team had to play the Bills or the Eagles in an all or nothing game right now, I'd rather they play the Eagles.
Yes, that's how I look at it.
But it would be really, really difficult. Even a win over Kansas City, it would be really difficult for me to move the Eagles back in a week that they win in a game in a game that I thought was in a game that I still believe was against a very good Dallas.
Just like these coaches in the coaches polls, would be handcuffing yourself.
I don't think coaches in the coaches poll care. I think they just write stuff down so they can get it over with as soon as possible.
They don't vote. They give it to the assistant.
Yeah,
that's who votes.
They do
Leezy,
not care.
Eagles fan, 2022 year of trolling. Leezy, how am I trolling? I got them at 2. I had the Chiefs at 1 last week. The Bills beat the number 1 team on the road. Yeah, they're gonna jump from 3 to 1.
The truth be told, if Kansas City had beaten Buffalo, I might have put Kansas City above Philadelphia. I mean, Buffalo's obviously great. I'm still, that defense is just something serious.
It is.
That defense is.
Eagles are a good team, man. Eagles are a good team. Don't get it twisted, man. They're good.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app as we welcome in the homeboy, our ESPN 1320 analyst and host of the Locked On 49ers podcast, our man Eric Crocker. Crocky, who's the top team in the NFL right now?
Buffalo? Is that a question? Those dudes play defense, explosive offense.
Crocky knows what he's talking about. I guess it's just me and Crocky. We're on an island. They think I'm hating on Philly because I got them at 2 behind Buffalo. I'm just saying Philly nice, but Buffalo, they doing it all right now.
I will say this. The biggest question mark with Buffalo is, can you run the ball? And they just can't. So if there's going to be any downfall or something that might fail them come the playoffs, it'd probably be the fact that they just can't really run the ball.
Yeah. And I'm talking. You know what it is? I'm talking, but Philly's nice though. Philly's good. Seriously.
I think you and Crocky hate black quarterbacks. That's what I think it is.
You know what? It's funny you say that. If you ask my brother, he'll tell you that I don't like black quarterbacks. Like I'm like racist towards black quarterbacks because like 2000, I'd say before Mahomes, Watson, before those guys, my thought was, man, I just want somebody that's going to drop back. And wherever I think the play is going to go, they're going to throw the ball there, right? Without the thought of, hey, by the way, I can take off. And I think the way quarterbacks have evolved, they really can just literally do both. So there's a lot of people that try to tag some of these quarterbacks as a mobile quarterback. They'll do that with Justin Fields, but they won't do that with Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is just as mobile as the best of quarterbacks in this league. And I think guys are just coming out, being able to just be more mobile. So I'm not as racist towards quarterback anymore.
Is that something like you picked that up as a defensive back? Like you just picked up on the tendencies, like black quarterbacks, they would be different in the way that they went through like progressions or the way that they took off?
I think just watching them, right? Like, just kind of the tendency to bail on plays too soon. And even then now, you still kind of see that early sometimes in some of these guys' career. And I do believe that that's something that they can overcome. So if you look at some of these more athletic quarterbacks, they are less likely to just back foot hits and boom, ball is out. As opposed to like Mac Jones, right? Like Mac Jones knows, well, he's never going to be Justin Fields. He's never going to be Trevor Lawrence or Trey Lance or any of these other quarterbacks. So he has to dip him more on really winning pre-snap. And that's why some of these guys you see come out, even Bailey Zappi right now, what he's doing, right? Come out right away and you just see this certain level of efficiency, but then maybe they kind of top out quicker than the guy that has the mobility, but in the back of his head, maybe he relies on that a little bit more early on in his career, but then continues to progress as a passer, maybe even like a Jalen Hurts. And what we're seeing now, as opposed to when we saw him get benched for Nate Sudfeld a couple years ago.
Yeah, I agree. And you see that, it's always a little bit of the code language or whatever the case may be. But I think about somebody, and this guy maybe just wasn't that good to begin with, but Johnny Manziel. Johnny Manziel in college, he was running around like he was making plays. He was athletic or whatever the case may be, but he was never able to hone the skills of being able to drop back, see the field, and deliver the passes before he would always leave the pocket and do all this other stuff.
Yeah, and I think Manziel's problem went a little bit further than just.
He had a lot more. He had a lot more than just reading coverages. Yes.
Crocky, what stood out in the loss to the Atlanta Falcons for you the other day?
The main thing for me, especially I had a big question heading into the game, and people that listen to Locked On 49ers, shout out to all the Locked On 49 listeners, but I talked about this. The defense is missing a lot of guys, and I felt like for the 49ers to win those 3 games that they had, I felt like the defense had to be the best defense in the league. And not just the best defense, I mean, like, they were out to a historically great start. And if you don't have that because you're missing Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, Emmanuel Mosley, Jimmy Ward, Azeez Al-Shaair, you're missing all these guys, I don't expect to see that same level of defense. So can the offense carry the defense for once? And I had questions about that because I felt like the offense, for the most part, has been very stagnant. And my worries were confirmed. And 14 points against the Atlanta Falcons, not ideal.
So, Crocky, I want to see where you stand on this because here we are. The 49ers have lost the game, and you know what that means. It's time to blame Kyle Shanahan. All right, that's what we do every time the Niners lose. It's time to blame Kyle Shanahan for something, right? And I don't think he's perfect. I say this all the time. I don't think he's perfect. For instance, I didn't like the 3rd and 1 call on that drive where they, needed the touchdown and they end up missing Debo on a 4th down late in the game. I didn't like the little toss he makes calls that I don't like. But when you have Jimmy Garoppolo he threw 3 interceptions, but I'm only going to charge him for 2 because, the last one was at the end of the half. When you have him turning the ball over twice, when you have a Jeff Wilson fumble, when you have, or actually he only threw 1 interception. The other one was a fumble, but you have 3 turnovers.
No, yeah, 2 interceptions and a fumble.
You threw 3 picks?
Yeah.
No, 2 picks.
Oh, he threw
2
2
picks.
picks.
That's what I meant. Okay. The 1 interception I'm not going to charge him with because it was at the end of the half.
Yeah.
But the other one was a bad high throw. But when you have that, when you have Jeff Wilson's fumble, when you have a perfect call to get Ray McCloud in space on the post and he just flat out drops it, when you have Charlie Warner who was right there, hit the ball right in his hands and he just drops it, the coach is making the calls to get these guys open. They're not executing. Long-winded way of saying, where do you fall on Kyle Shanahan right now and the struggles with the offense?
I think the lack of execution falls on him. And each game has been something different. So against Atlanta, it was some mishaps where there was a fumble. Again, won't count that interception before the half, but even the second interception, if it's drop balls, guys holding, whatever it is that's hindering your offense, it feels like it's something different each time the 49ers have lost. Ultimately, I just, now all these stats about Kyle Shanahan are starting to come out. And I saw someone post something about what he scores in the second half, what he averages on the second half, like throughout his tenure with the 49ers, is less than what Chip Kelly gave you, right? That's not great. You remember how bad that team was. And the difference is Well, Chip Kelly didn't have George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Juszczyk, all these weapons. He had, man, I don't even remember who he had. Jeremy Curley and some guy named Chris Harper, right? So I think from that standpoint, I am trying to figure out what exactly is going on with Kyle Shanahan to where maybe there's not those second half adjustments, and are people onto a scheme and he has no curveball? Does he have no curveball or changeup because of maybe who he has at quarterback, and he's like, well, this is the only thing that we can do? Or is it him? Is he the issue? Is he micromanaging? And I think a lot of these questions will start to be asked now because people are like, okay, he's getting a little tight here. Now, the thing he can kind of fall back on, and I'll continue to bring up, last year, 49ers started off 3-5, and they figured it out. Now, how they figured it out? Hey, we're just going to run the ball 40 times a game. Can they get back to that, to where they hand the ball off 40 times? And if so, that might be their recipe for success. But I think that's a little difficult, especially if you're doing things to shoot yourselves in the foot and not be consistently good on third downs.
Well, running back's going to have to play perfect if you do that. Because it was working with Jeff Wilson early, and then Jeff Wilson coughed that ball up that turned into the double fumble touchdown on the other end. But you gotta play perfect. Like if I wonder too, Crocky, I brought this up with KC earlier this week. If he is dealing with QB2, like their starting quarterback didn't play, and I know everybody thinks highly of Jimmy Garoppolo, but they were willing to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo for a reason. Do you think Kyle Shanahan had a certain way he planned to approach this season, and maybe he just can't do it now that Jimmy Garoppolo is here, and he's trying to revert back to years prior and in the way he called games with Garoppolo under center?
I think if you paid attention to Jimmy Garoppolo and how some of these seasons have ended, he clearly is trying to improve over whatever he was getting from the quarterback position. So, it is tough because, before all this, all we hear is how much better the 49ers are with Jimmy Garoppolo from all the media people, and everybody saying, oh, no, Trey Lance wasn't his guy and whatnot. And in the moment, Jimmy Garoppolo starts feeling a little weird, right? He's looking a little weird out there, and the offense kind of stagnant. Now it's like, oh, man, we need Trey Lance again. It's like, y'all got to make up your minds. Which one is it?
Right.
But I think ultimately, you are right. I think that they were really planning to get Trey Lance that experience and kind of ride with the lumps, but knowing that on the other side of that, what it could potentially look like. And obviously we were a ways away from the finished product of whatever Trey Lance is going to be. And still, obviously he has that opportunity, but I think this is a huge loss, missing out on this year of development. But you are seeing a sense of the offense being a little stagnant for whatever reason. And is the quarterback? I don't know. He made some throws last game, but I do know this about Jimmy Garoppolo. There's a couple games we can go to where I felt like, man, regardless of whatever happened in that game, he was on. I think like 2019 against the Arizona Cardinals, there were some games where even he threw 2 interceptions, but played lights out outside of that and was able to overcome those turnovers. Yeah. We have not seen that version of Jimmy G. Now, maybe, and again, you haven't seen it since. You haven't seen it in the playoffs. Like, there's been other times. It's not just because he missed time this offseason, but maybe there's a scenario where he's trying to figure out how to get back in the groove. He's healthy, so that's good. But right now, just that cohesiveness isn't quite there. So it might just take a couple more weeks. Then all of a sudden, we start to see more of 2019 Jimmy Garoppolo, 2019 regular season Jimmy Garoppolo, and then everything will be better again.
How much of it, real quick, Crocky, is the offensive line? Because I really believe everything that Kyle Shanahan, and this isn't rocket science, but everything he likes to do is predicated off the run. And not only does he not have the running backs that he's had in the past, but the offensive line, he doesn't have the cohesion with the offensive line. At least it seems like that he's had in the past. And sometimes those things get better as the season goes along. He's dealing with injuries on both sides now. How much of that is playing into some of the woes of this offense right now?
I think the offensive line, especially against Atlanta, and I was there in the stands, I thought the offensive line actually kind of played well. Now, I haven't rewatched it to see what mishaps there might have been, especially in the run game. But as far as pass protection, and when I say played well, I just mean like overall, right? We're looking at 60 plays, 65, whatever, however many snaps they played.
Right.
Overall, they were consistently solid.
So that's kind of what I was for as a run game. Like, I think they've been solid in the pass game, but being bullies in the run game, combining that with how Kyle Shanahan likes to play, they haven't really been able to do that so much. At least it seems like to my naked eye. Maybe you're seeing something different.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been there. You've seen little bits of it, and I don't know. Like, man, is it the running back Jeff Wilson? I like how he runs. He runs strong, but is he a guy that you could just hand the ball to 20 times a game and expect him to get 90 yards every single game? He's done well the previous weeks before this Atlanta game, but maybe it's not there. I don't know. I know I saw opening drive or first half against the Chicago Bears, and maybe their defense just isn't good, but Elijah Mitchell looks sweet, right? I'm like, damn, guy looks like Emmitt Smith or something. I don't know. He looked good. And I'm like, man, I can't wait to see more of this. Then boom, he goes down. So I think from how he was running that game, we haven't quite seen that. Maybe against Carolina a little bit, but is it the running back or is it the offensive line? I probably would put a little bit more blame on the offensive line. As you talk about with the cohesiveness that they have to build, moving as one unit, maybe that is something that they have to continue to work on. And you got a lot of new guys in there. The whole interior from left guard Aaron Banks, who I think is playing very well, the center Jake Brendel, and then Spencer Burford. Between Burford and why am I blanking on the other guy's name? Starts with a B. Daniel Brunskill. They've been doing some kind of rotation there, so I don't know what's going on with that position or what they got going on. But still, a lot of moving pieces in the interior, and hopefully they figure that out sooner than later. Hopefully as soon as this weekend when you got Kansas City rolling into town.
That's absolutely one of the best in the game, Eric Crocker, man.
Crocky, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for always making time for us.
All right, all good. Appreciate y'all.
All right, that's Eric Crocker, our 1320 49ers analyst and host of Locked On 49ers. We'll come back. The birthday boy, Jason Jones, with us. We'll shift our attention back to the NBA and back to the Sacramento Kings as we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Shout out to the homie Roderick. Roderick, boy, that cursive logo, man, that cursive logo in A Tribe Called Quest.
That's gonna be the one.
Those are the ones that are selling. That cursive logo, though, in all of the different colors is the ones that is heat over there on DLoandCasey.com. And this sale don't end today, man. We're gonna run this all through the weekend. So if you didn't have a chance to get anything today, or you don't have a chance to get anything today, we'll keep this sale popping all weekend long, man. All weekend long. Make sure I want to shout out everybody. I'll shout out Ryan. I don't know if I mentioned Ryan. Ryan got, where's Ryan? Ryan grabbed the Sacktown's own D-Lo and KC Old Kings logo. Nicholas, Low End Theory. Nicholas grabbed him a Low End Theory hoodie and a Monarchs Forever tri-blend. Okay. I'm with that. Head over to DLoandKC.com. Get your orders in. We got a new Caraway to put through college, so
yeah,
we need y'all help because I guess Reese has just stopped working for us. I guess he's just decided he ain't gonna do no more work.
I mean, getting on his head about that. I'm like, what's up, man? What's up with the next joint?
His most favorite outfits too.
I'll be like, what's up, man? When's the next one coming? He's like, well, I had an idea, and Mommy said that wouldn't be a good one, and I don't know. It's a lot of pressure. There's something on the table. He's just go his first. I didn't mean to snack on you guys' ear. What is Cole talking about? Aceberg, the Yanks are doing their thing right now, man. Shout out to the
Lentil
Yanks.
chip. Y'all know about them lentil chips.
Wait, what the hell is that?
Lentil chips.
I'll try one.
Smile. They might be doing business with us.
Nah, they're not bad. They don't have any taste really, but they're fine.
Yeah, they're all right. They work for me. This is my bag. I mean, not literally my bag, but
yeah, no, they're fine. I'm making a jokey joke. Damn. So everybody's getting hurt. Is AD playing tonight?
What?
AD, is he playing tonight?
Oh, I don't know. And those are all right. That's what I needed. I really only needed like 3 chips. I'd be fine. I turned them off for a reason. That's all right. We talk about it here.
Let's go.
Now, that's not,
Yeah. Hell yeah. 5-1 Yankees, bottom of the 6th.
Iceberg. What's wrong with your boy?
Oh, come on, man.
What's wrong
Come
with your
on.
boy?
Come on, man. Y'all leave Anthony Davis.
Can't be having it. Can't be having it.
I simply asked if he was playing tonight. We didn't need all this, everybody.
Oh, day-to-day Davis is.
That's pretty good. Street clothes is pretty good, though. It's simple but effective.
They're both mean-spirited. Let's state for the record, they're both mean-spirited. Is it 200? Oh my God. Wow. If it was the only way to keep LeBron, would y'all trade AD? No. I just had a terrible realization. I don't think I sent Jason Jones the link.
Uh-oh.
Are we sure Jason Jones is coming in on his birthday?
I don't know. Happy birthday, by the way, Jason.
Yeah, happy birthday. Also, sorry about this, Jason. I think, you know what it was? I was so, and there's no excuse for this because I got it to Eric Crocker. I was so kind of focused on making sure that Sac State had the link.
Yeah.
I forgot to send it to the person who joins us like every week.
You know, and not to
while simultaneously remembering to send it to Eric Crocker.
And not to ignore Jason or Crocker or anybody else like that. I'm really excited about Sac State.
Yeah, me too.
This is like,
me too.
I keep saying it. It's big time college sports. I mean, it's the D1 level. You know what I'm saying?
We'll make Sacramento a college sports town if we have to. Like we'll do it on our own.
Yeah, we'll do it live.
We'll do it live. You know, it's live, pal. I'd hit the button. I don't know where the hell it is.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Are they all in front of you, or do you have pages?
They are all in front of me.
Wow.
I just don't know like where they are.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Like there's there's color coded ones like ACR and Acknowledge Me, and then our sound of the day is color coded. Cash Tearaway. We got Drake bars readily available.
Hey.
Like we got that.
Yeah, got about 45 of these coming this year. You heard? You know what I mean? This is off the top of the head. Look. Jason Jones, it's his birthday. He's coming on. You thought it was a game, but nah, he's wrong.
That writing time in the evening really is really valuable for you there, buddy.
That's called talent. I don't know what you're talking about. That's bars.
Let him know, Jesse. So. Let him know.
I guess so. My goodness. So maybe Jason Jones will join us. Maybe he won't, but whether he does or he doesn't, take some time to wish our dude happy birthday.
Yeah.
As the season gets underway. He, of course, is a Dodger fan, which we're not going to bring up. Of course not. We won't do that.
I mean, I've already said I needed to say. I'm not saying nothing else.
He's also a Laker guy. That'll be fun to make fun of this year because I just don't imagine they're going to be very good.
Did we get confirmation on whether or not AD's playing tonight?
We know because y'all are telling these terrible jokes in the chat house when you ask that question.
We're asking a serious question.
Y'all are out of line, especially Aceberg Slim.
That was uncalled for.
That was way uncalled for. Oh, that's not cool. Wow. I just saw someone tweeted some picture of some shoes that look like walking boots, and someone quote tweeted him and said, "Those are the Anthony Davis threes." That is uncalled for.
Oh my gosh,
Anthony.
Why
Davis,
you guys do this to this man? Come on.
I don't know his availability tonight. I don't see it.
Oh man, you want to take a shot at naming the playoff teams? I can name playoff teams. My playoff teams, the 8, not the 10, the 8 playoff teams in each conference.
You got them?
Yep.
Okay.
No particular order.
Mm-hmm.
Clippers, Warriors, Nuggets. That's who we forgot earlier too when we were talking about like there's an even from 5 to 10. Like we didn't mention the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets
in the top 4.
Yeah,
I didn't. I did that on purpose.
Okay. I think the Nuggets are clearly top 4. I think they're better than Minnesota and Memphis. I think they're like top 3.
Okay,
so,
I don't.
Denver, Minnesota, Memphis. I'm gonna keep Phoenix in there. I'm gonna say they get in 6.
You don't want to.
6, Phoenix, Dallas, and Sacramento. That has the Lakers not making it
in the 6. You've got the Kings at 6.
No, I said Phoenix.
Oh, you said A. You said
Phoenix
A. Okay.
6, Dallas, and then Sacramento.
Okay.
And then in the East, Brooklyn, Boston, Philly, Miami, Milwaukee, Toronto, 6, Cleveland, and I think Cleveland and Atlanta can make it. I think they'll make it. Like, I think it's possible for that to happen.
Well, let's bring in Jason Jones. Bro, happy birthday.
Let's go, man. Air horns. Air horns.
Oh, I got air horns. Hold on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Happy birthday, Professor.
Thank you. At least the Dodgers can't lose on my birthday this year. We stayed
I said I wasn't going to say nothing.
Yeah,
I ain't saying nothing.
I figure I'll just go ahead and get it out the way. Most embarrassing. This is probably my most embarrassing moment as a Dodger fan.
That was wow. Pretty nasty.
That was pretty pathetic.
I said it on Saturday night, and I meant it. Guys like yourself, guys like my guy ex Carpenter, my man Steve-O, y'all deserve better than that. That was 111 wins, and you get 1 in the postseason.
You get Tyler Anderson no run through 5 innings, and the calculator says he should come out, and you'd already overexposed your bullpen in the previous 2 games.
That's the killer.
You'd already overexposed them, but made Vesia, Almonte, and all those guys so good. You didn't see them every day, and you're playing a team from your division. They've seen your guys a lot, and I'm just like that, and I know everyone's on the big as Dave's fault, but I'm like, even if you fire Dave Roberts, they'll just hire another guy who will listen to their calculator.
Yeah.
I mean, it's baffling that in a must-win game, your starting pitcher is dealing. Let's pull him out.
The killer with that, Jason, that I said yesterday is, I mean, at least let him get into trouble.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like if he goes down to 6 and if he gives up one base runner, all right, cool, pull him. But like give him a chance.
And it's just crazy because for years, when Kershaw would get in trouble, they'd leave him out there to hang. But everyone else is like, and then you start Gosselin game 3. The man's barely played in a month. Yeah. Like he looks a little off. Duh, he's off. And like then you go to Heaney, who should have been starting probably anyway, or Anderson. I mean, I'm used to it. It doesn't make it any better, but oh well. At least the Raiders didn't lose this weekend either, and so hey.
Well, the Lakers might lose.
We weren't going to bring it up, so
that's okay. I mean, hey, I know Kings fans. I know Kings fans are hyped up. It's like they think they're 33, whatever it was last season, now becomes like 48, and they're talking. Oh, we're not going to be the play, and we're going to be 6. Calm down. Let's calm down.
Before we get into Kings, do you know if Anthony Davis is playing tonight?
I haven't even looked, man. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't checked. I'm assuming he is, but I honestly haven't checked. And the thing about the whole injury thing is funny to me. I did a little thing on my other pod talking about just injuries and like with the Kings, and like, do you realize De'Aaron hasn't played 70? Only played 70 or more games twice.
Yeah.
And that's just wild. I mean, you look at just across. I know AD gets all the jokes, but
it's a bit unfair because two of those seasons were 72 game seasons.
Well, he misses big stretches of games.
He does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, and this team can't survive when he misses. I know some of them were a couple 70s, but he can't play 59 games a year no matter what.
Yeah.
And you look at that, you look across a lot of guys miss a lot of games.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of it is the load. I think AD gets a really unfair rap for missing games because a lot of those games he missed in New Orleans were end of the year were tanking games, and they weren't going to play him anyway. And I just think it's really funny that Barkley makes up this name, calls him street clothes, and then when the guy goes out there with a pulled groin and tries to play, he says, "Oh, he shouldn't have played."
He did say that.
I'm assuming he's playing. I haven't heard anything. I don't know if Russ is going. Like I said, I'm chilling today. I shouldn't say that. I'm not off work, so I shouldn't say I'm chilling. But I've still been working. So
let me ask both of you guys a question, kind of about that injury thing. Why do you think that is? And this is no shot at the older guys, but I'm just looking at the way everything is just like magnified today in sports. Do you think they play harder on a night in and night out basis? And not to say that they were dogging it in the 80s or 90s, but like if you fall asleep or don't work hard on an assignment in game 45, it's going to be on Twitter all night long. And the coaches are, synergy's up minutes after the game. Oh, we saw they get it at halftime. They look at the film at halftime. Like, do you think that plays a factor in these guys kind of getting hurt or wearing down, or when I say they play harder on their bodies?
I don't know if they play harder. I think science-wise we're smarter. I mean, you look back in the day, especially like a sport like football, there's times where guys had no business playing, and they just played. Troy Aikman doesn't remember half of a Super Bowl game. I mean, when I was playing high school football in the 90s, it was no big deal to get your bell rung.
Mm-hmm.
And and we kind of wore it as a badge of honor, like, I saw things spinning, and then I went back.
You got a concussion. That's what happened. You got a concussion.
And I went back in the game, and as someone who's had a concussion, that's crazy. I just think we're smarter. I think so. I don't know if guys are necessarily playing harder. I just think there's things that guys just played through, and then it's probably a reason why we see some of these older players in a lot of sports who walk really bad because they just kept playing. It was like, it's just a sore knee. Then you find out, that they retire. They've got no cartilage in their knee, and they got to get it replaced in their 30s because they just kept going. And I don't think the guys played any harder. I mean, if you look at the NBA, the game was way more physical back then.
Yeah,
they might play smarter now.
They play smarter, and it's a different mindset. I think guys like in that 80s and even the 90s, I think, even to the early 2000s, the Kobe era, guys took pride in saying, I'm going to play 82, 80 games, and then get to now guys are like, I'm going to get this money, so I'm going to save my body. And it'd be different if, say, a guy like Zion, who pretty much has only played one full season, was going to be like, you know what? You're not getting that max contract. You haven't played. He's getting the contract anyway. Why would he go out there?
Right.
I think the way the CBA is set up has helped it too. Like when Kawhi was a free agent after he left Toronto, the whole league knew that knee was not going to hold up. Everyone knew that knee was bad, and that eventually he'd probably need another surgery, or as one scout told me, he'll never play more than 60 games in a regular season again. But it wasn't like you weren't gonna not pay Kawhi a max deal.
Yeah.
You want to take that whatever 60, 65 games and say, we just hope we have him through the playoffs. So I think, back in the 80s and 90s, you had to play to get paid. And now guys get, with the rookie deals, whatever, guys get paid max money before they've proven they're a max player. And sometimes it hurts the player, because a guy like Andrew Wiggins gets a max deal. He gets max expectations, but he's not a franchise player. He was just the best player on that team. The team wasn't even good, but he was the best player. So I just think the way the system is set up, hey, guys have to, it's just, if I'm Anthony Davis and I know I got $40 million on the table, I'm not going to go out there knowing I'm hurt.
Yeah, what's the urgency? The guys in the 80s and 90s, in my era, I'm talking about my era, they played hard. Absolutely. Although we did watch the highlights of the 1980 finals. Game 6. Season was on the line. And
there ain't nothing more overblown than 80s basketball, dude. Like, we watched it live on this show. Like, what the hell are we watching? And
I love some of those memes. They're like, oh my God, it was so much better in the 80s. And you see guys who look like teachers and professors out there playing basketball.
You clearly never watched Dr. J on the defensive end of the ball. Goodness gracious. That was
Let's just say he wasn't in the stands.
He
wasn't in the defense.
Yeah, defenders out there just like looking around, like it's the equivalent of the guy on the sidelines of an NFL game smoking a cigarette.
It's funny. I remember a couple years ago, Steve Kerr made a comment about today's players being better players, and they're like, "Oh, you're crazy. You played with Jordan." He was like, "Well, imagine the idea that with advancements in health and technology, the guys are actually, think about this, just as a physical athlete. What would J.R. Smith have been in 1987?
God.
Right.
Imagine, I don't know. Imagine like Sedale 3 trying to stay in front of De'Aaron Fox. I mean, we get so romanticized with our era that we act like guys don't get better. It's like, I mean, across every sport, it's like, yeah, imagine some DB in 1978 covering Randy Moss.
No.
They're like, oh, we were so much better back in our day. Come on, linemen were like 245 pounds. You had like guys who played line.
Aaron Donald.
Yeah, you had guys on the line who played like at 255, 260. He's gonna block Nick Bosa.
Dudes out there playing with chewing tobacco in their mouth.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I mean, that's why I'm always a proponent of, you judge guys by their era. Were they great in their era? Just because, just based on just evolution or whatever, the players of today are the best players we've ever seen in every sport.
Right.
I mean, and it's no knock on the players I grew up on. Of course, there's guys, guys like Magic, Jordan, the greats of the greats were freak athletes who would transcend, generations. But I'd love to see Larry Bird try to defend Kevin Durant.
Oh my!
I mean, yeah, people act like Kevin Durant is normal. Like
in a cigarette.
I told someone I thought Steph Curry was top 10 and that he had surpassed a guy like. No, he would. I'm like, This dude shoots from like 35 feet like it's easy. And
Steph,
you guys want to fuss it like, oh no, there's no way he could have played in the 80s. Come on.
with all due respect to Larry Bird, like Larry played a certain way, right? And he's known as he's Larry Bird is the greatest 3-point shooter. He's just like Larry averaged like 3 threes per game like the entire year. And no one followed that lead. Steph started shooting 12 threes from like 35 feet out, and everyone followed.
And to me, when I talk about the
most influential players of all time,
about the greatness, I think part of it is the influence.
Yeah,
I mean, the one thing Steph did, I remember. This is going to be a flashback for some people, some Sac High School basketball fans. C.J. Morgan was a little guard at Capital Christian, real small, kind of. He ended up going to UOP, but he would just shoot almost nothing but threes. And I remember I'm going, what is he doing? But he could hit them. And I mean, this is like pre-Steph. This is like 2004. And I'm not, so imagine a guy like that coming along this just 4 years later. It would have been like, oh my God, what he's doing is so great. But people were like, he shoots too much. He shoots too many threes. And Steph completely changed the style of basketball in the NBA. Completely changed it. Now guys who can't shoot get looked at crazy. Now you got 7-footers shooting threes.
And that's where they talk about here, in Sacramento. Think about if Peja would have came in the league 5 years later and what he would have been. Like, because Peja, I'm not going to sit up here and like Dirk was phenomenal. But remember, Peja was kind of giving it to Dirk. Like in 03, 04, he was giving it to him. Peja could put the ball on the ground. He could attack the basket, and he could shoot with everybody. But he was just, 5-6 years too early to like really expand on his game. And he had knee injuries.
I mean, imagine if Peja had the green light to shoot 10 to 12 threes a game. I mean, imagine if Peja and Bibby both were shooting threes at that volume. What the pressure that would have put on opposing defenses. Just the notion that Mike was going to pull up anyway. But if Mike might pull up about 12, 14 times in a game, now you see what he does with Steph. Now you got to extend your defense. You got to be on Steph before half court because he'll shoot from 37 feet and make it.
Maybe if they were shooting from further away in Game 7, they would have made more.
Hey, the free throw line was still 15 feet. They make free throws. They're playing New Jersey in the finals.
And winning in 3.
The free throw line was still 15 feet over.
Your
facts.
What was it? Shaq who used to shoot it from like 18, 19 feet away. Someone used to.
Big Man Exel used to shoot it from like 18.
There's a couple of guys who would move back and forth.
Like Dwight did it too.
Yeah. A couple of guys tried moving back. Remember when Rick Barry said Shaq shoot underhand?
Yeah, I remember that.
Shaq laughed at him. Shaq, I'd rather miss like a man than shoot underhand free throws.
That's crazy. Chris got better. Chris got a lot better at free throw shooting.
Chris got better. Tim Duncan got a lot better too.
Yeah.
Because remember back in the like 80s and 90s, it was almost acceptable for your big man to be terrible at free throws.
Yeah.
It was like, why are they so bad? Well, they only shoot within 4 feet of the basket. Why you ask them to shoot from that far out?
Yeah.
Then I think part of the evolution of the game, hey, it's okay if a guy who's over 6'4" can make a free throw. It's okay. And a guy like Dirk was like, I'm going to step out and shoot not just free throws. I'm going to shoot threes.
Yeah. Well, somebody that's going to shoot threes this year, hopefully. De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray. A lot of the Sacramento Kings, hopefully, shooting threes this year. Jason, we're opening day for the league, but on the eve of opening night for the Kings. How you feel about this team, man? Is this a playoff team to you?
They're a playoff contender. I think they're a legit contender to get in. I mean, which is a big step for the franchise. I don't know if they get in. I just think once you get past like 6 in the West, that 6-7 range is going to be a fight. To me, I think I mean, my barometer for them would almost be if they're ahead of Portland by the end of the year, that means they're at least in the top 10. Because I think you got 11 teams for 10 spots because the other teams don't care. They're all in on the lottery, and it's it's kind of a tough spot for the. I was like, when I was watching Victor and all that stuff in the G League, I was like, of course this would be the year the Kings aren't tanking. I'm like, that's the guy to tank for.
But the Kings never tank; they just lose, and it's not the same thing. Like losing,
which is bad because it was like you're fighting to be like ninth. It's like we went all in to like never make progress. But
that's the unique part of this year, Jay, is losing isn't going to be enough. Like you have to be bad.
Yeah, and they're too good to be that bad. They've got too much talent to be that bad. It's almost that like they call it that. What does Jeff Van Gundy call it? Basketball purgatory. Mm-hmm. You're not a championship team, but you're not the Orlando Magic, or you're not the Utah Jazz. So you're in that weird space where you're not going to be a contender. You might make the playoffs, but you can't do anything once you get in. But I don't think the Kings can afford to wait around for another savior. They might have gotten lucky with Keegan. That might be their guy. So go ahead and ride it out. And I think they can be a playoff team. For me, it really comes down to, can you get 70? If you get 70 games out of De'Aaron, I think you're legit talking about a top 10, top 8 team. But if we're talking about 58, 55 games out of De'Aaron, to me that's a lottery, because you can't duplicate what De'Aaron gives them. Davion Mitchell can't play like De'Aaron. And I think and I mean, you look at and he's got help. A guy like Sabonis, you look at his numbers. I mean, what was his best year? 2012 and 7. Even last year, it's like 18, 19, 12 and 6 or something like that. 7 assists, almost a triple double. I mean, you got 2 legit options. You can run your offense through. I like Keegan. I think everyone likes Keegan Murray. I like that they've upgraded the 2 guard spot. If it would have just been Monk, it'd have been like, but you get Huerter and Monk. That's a major upgrade at that. That's the best they've been at the 2 spot in years.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm sure you guys are happy. That means there are no Buddy Hield minutes this season.
Out of nowhere,
Jason contributes to that.
An RKO out of nowhere, Jay. We have no idea why Buddy Hield.
I got Cody Rhodes on today. It's a crossroads out of nowhere.
Oh, crossroads! It's like Buddy gets a shot every single day.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I like Buddy. I like Chavano.
It's just so easy to tell Buddy Hield jokes. I
shouldn't do Chavano like that. That was my dude. We had a lot of fun discussions about life and the Kardashians, and he told me that in the Bahamas they use seasoning at their Burger King, so their Burger King was better than our Burger King.
Oh,
okay. I wouldn't know, so I'll ride with it.
Buddy was a fun guy to be around.
Who I bet has some good Buddy Hield jokes? Adam Sandler. We're going to send you to see Adam Sandler at the Golden One Center. It's Jason Jones's birthday, so we're giving presents to you. Adam Sandler, Golden One Center, December 7th. Caller number 3 right now, 916-909-1320. Again, caller number 3, 916-909-1320. We'll send you to see Adam Sandler at the Golden One Center. Go ahead, Casey.
No, I was just I agree with everything that Jason said when he talks about this Kings team. The thing that I look at is I think they could be a much better 3-point shooting team than they were last year. I think we talked about this. I can't believe this. I think they were like 28th or something like that in 3-point shooting last year. I think they can move up to middle of the pack, if not higher than that. I think they can shoot the 3 ball really good. They got guys all over the floor that can shoot it. The only ones that really can't are Fox, just based on the past, but who knows if he's improved or not. Sabonis, I don't think he's going to be a 3-point shooter. And maybe Davion, but everybody else can shoot the 3. And in this preseason, I know it's preseason, but what they average, like 17 threes a night or 14 or something.
We never actually did the math, but it was, I think, 17 made threes. It was 9, 17, 20, and 21.
Yeah, I think they're gonna shoot the 3 ball well all night, or all year, and that's gonna make their offense possibly a borderline top 10 offense.
I mean, and they got to be, because I mean, as much as I like what they've shown kind of defensively in the preseason, I'm not going to be convinced that this team is all of a sudden a great defensive team. They're going to have to be able to score. They're going to have to be able, because you still got some key guys like, Sabonis has never been known to be Dikembe Mutombo, or no one's confused.
Prayers, by the way.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. No one's ever confused my guy Malik Monk with like Michael Cooper coming off the bench to lock people up. So, there's still, and to me, the key goes back to De'Aaron. De'Aaron can be an all-league defender. He has everything you need to be a first, second team defensive point guard. He's smart, athletic, quick hands. What's killed the Kings in previous seasons is that opposing lead guards have come through and just did whatever they felt like. And, would that be anybody? That'd be a Kyrie, Dennis Schroeder, whoever happens to be playing for the Orlando, anybody would come in and get their money on the Kings. So if you shut that down a little bit, they can be working with something. But, it starts with De'Aaron. To me, this season still is about, their team is still about De'Aaron.
16 made threes, by the way, per game in the preseason.
Championship.
16 made threes.
Championship.
The first in the league last year was like 14.8.
I think Jason's right. We're talking playoffs. The bar is way too low.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we're just settling for like the play-in.
I think they're getting in the playoffs. That's what I'm expecting.
That's what I said. Playoffs. I said the bar's too low. We're talking championships. Jason's on the right track.
We're talking about, will they have home court in the first round and the second round? We're talking, you're talking about Western Conference Finals.
We're really talking about, is the parade on a Friday or a Sunday?
Friday.
Well, there it is. Dealing with KC broadcasting live. They can't keep us from broadcasting downtown. They'll try, but they can't.
Why are we settling just for, hey, can they get in? I mean, do you think Milwaukee wants to see this team in the finals?
Oh, they don't want the smoke.
Brooklyn don't want none of this. The Warriors don't want to. The Warriors don't want to see this year. They don't. The Warriors don't want none of this.
They play Milwaukee in the final. They're gonna shoot Giannis off the floor.
I mean, what's Giannis gonna do? Giannis will foul out every game because he ain't gonna check Sabonis. Come on now. He's gonna foul out it's gonna be the most frustrating series of his life.
The Kings are gonna leave people questioning Giannis's greatness.
It's gonna be like, we thought he was a surefire Hall of Famer. I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
No, matter of fact, they're gonna be like, well, he's definitely a Hall of Famer because you can't hold this against him. I mean, it is the Kings.
Well, it's that. Yeah.
You can't hold this against them. I mean, they're so great.
And then the narrative will shift, and it'll be, boy, this franchise really turned around when they got rid of Tyrese Halliburton. When they got Tyrese out of town, boy, things really turned around for Sacramento.
And then we'll get a bunch of off-season Tyrese stories about he watched the finals and how sad he was, and it motivated him to prove everyone wrong. I mean, we're just so selling this short. I mean, come on, Or actually, or then we get
always love Sacramento tweets.
If they don't play Milwaukee, they're going to play Cleveland in the finals, where they get their revenge on Luke Walton, who's on the bench.
Luke Walton.
Yes,
we gotta build up the storylines here. That's a storyline. You got Davion Mitchell against Donovan Mitchell, who the Kings did not draft.
Yeah,
I mean, we got story on top of story.
And then in the offseason, Dame Lillard requests a trade out of Portland to come to the franchise that should have drafted him in the first place.
He wants to come home-ish.
He wants to come
home-ish. He wants to get kind of by Oakland.
He wants to get in the general vicinity.
He's like, I don't get like Oakland area, like Bay Area cable. But if I get down to Fairfield, I'm close enough. The whole thing shifts. LeBron says, if the Kings draft Bronny, I'm going there for the minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, you just get, you got everybody just saying, you know what, we got to get to Sacramento.
And because the Kings are so good, they could afford, shade to draft Bronny.
Yeah.
That luxury tax bill is going to be a monster. That luxury tax bill is going to be crazy when you When you supermax a bonus, Keegan,
Supermax.
De'Aaron gets a supermax extension and down the road. I mean, it's gonna be crazy when you got to give Davion that 4 years and that Jordan Poole money.
And then the first statue question will be answered. It'll be Vivek. And it'll be commissioned by Kings fans.
Yeah,
Kings fans will start a GoFundMe to put a Vivek statue outside the Golden One.
Don't forget Nani's statue.
And Nani at Nani.
Yeah, and then there'll be a jazz band outside when the statue's unveiled.
Speaking of Golden One, so are you coming to the game tomorrow?
No, I got my kids. My kids kind of override me actually being at the game. As they put it, they're hey, I'll be at some games, though. I just won't be at that game. I'm pretty sure if I show up and they lose, you'll all just tell me never to come back anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. See, I already know. I already know what's going to, the moment I show up and they lose, it'll be when they're like 22-0 and I go to a game, and the streak ends on a last second tip in, and it's like, oh my God, they almost.
Then you really will be the Undertaker guy. You really will be that fan with the crooked glasses.
Everybody just turns and points at me and goes, Mike Brown calls me out post game, like, we saw you here, Jason. Don't come back.
Yeah. I could see Mike Brown doing that.
Him out.
It's like, first things after, get the box score. Yeah, we played hard, but Jason, why are you here?
Mm-hmm.
You need to leave.
I
get Charles Oakley out of the building.
Mm-hmm. By Vivek personally, like Vivek grabbed you by the arm.
Vivek is like, get him out now, and they just drag me out through the.
Who was that? Who was that said they weren't answering no questions while somebody was around? Wasn't that somebody from the Kings?
It was DeMarcus, wasn't it?
Yeah, DeMarcus. Yeah, DeMarcus. Yeah, he did it to Leo.
That's how Mike Brown gonna do you. I'm not answering no questions till.
I'll be like, like I need any more reasons to hate me. Hey, it's like, get out of here. Yeah.
Happy birthday, man.
Thank you. I'm gonna have some adult beverages tonight and and then watch the Lakers and the Warriors and the other game, and I'll party this weekend.
Yeah.
The NBA's back, baby.
The NBA is back. Yeah. Go Kings, go. Go Kings. No, that's the LA Kings. Y'all don't say go Kings, go. You're Sacramento proud. My bad.
Where are, just for those that are watching, where are you when we do these hits? Are you in what room is this?
I'm in the living room, like but behind me is like my little, like, I won't call it my trophy area, but
it looks like a college dorm.
Kind of is. This is one little area where I keep all like my collectibles and stuff.
Okay.
So I got like my bobbleheads, and I got my Bray Wyatt head over here. I still got my Bray Wyatt.
That's just sitting in the living room. God, Jason. Good Lord.
Hey, I'm an unmarried man. See, if my girl lived with me, she'd probably throw all this stuff in the garage somewhere.
Probably nothing. That stuff would be gone. It wouldn't be in the garage. It would be gone.
She doesn't live here, so I get to keep my Fiend mask and my Bray Wyatt head out front, along with what I got, like, I got my gold. I got my frack. I got my gold boots up here.
Yeah.
I keep
okay.
So
got to do that.
I keep all types of stuff up here. I got the Al. I got Al Davis way.
Well,
okay. Well,
one thing he doesn't have is a championship banner for the Dodgers.
Okay, that was not. That
was uncalled for. Okay, you earned yourself 17 years out the playoffs for that one. That was uncalled for.
Like everything. Hey, I appreciate you.
And ain't that Marcus Mariota? He's pretty good, ain't he?
Yeah. Get out of here.
All right.
Yeah.
We gotta go.
Until we still gave Kapler back, you'll pay for this. That was uncalled for. On my birthday, he did that.
He did. I'm sorry.
He couldn't hold that for a week.
We appreciate it.
It wasn't painful enough.
Sitting on a tee.
Okay. All right. Well,
happy birthday.
We're out of time, folks. We're out of time. Tune in tomorrow at noon. It's Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Go NBA.
We're clear. Thanks, Jay.
No problem. No problem at all.
All right,
I was
man.
gonna wear my Padres shirt. That I have a Tony Gwynn shirt because Tony went to my high school.
I wonder. I wonder if
go to Poly. I didn't remember him.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn's a Poly guy. Yeah. So I was gonna wear that, but I was like, nah, I'm not gonna be like that. But yeah, Tony Gwynn's a Long Beach Poly guy.
Shout out to Tony Gwynn. He could do it all, man.
Yeah. He's gonna come back to Poly and do camps and stuff. That's why I got to autograph Tony Gwynn baseball. With autographed by Tony and his brother.
The GOAT, the legend.
That's kind of dope.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know where that ball is anymore. I'm pretty sure, who knows? My ex-wife probably burned it. Who knows?
Don't you hate when those things happen? Not the ex-wife thing, burning it, but losing like memorabilia. I had one time John Thompson gave me his towel, and I have no idea.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
It was like 10. I don't know. I lost it in a move somewhere.
Oh, I have a worse story than that. When I was a kid, I started collecting basketball cards. My sister got mad and tore one in half. We were little kids. I found the bottom half of it. It was the bottom half of a Michael Jordan rookie.
Oh, Lord.
Because when she was a kid, she'd get mad and just tear my cards. I found the bottom half of a Michael Jordan rookie and almost cried.
Oh, man.
She's like, man, F your cards.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, so yeah, I've had some cruel, I've had some cruel things happen when it comes to the card,
Damn.
Yeah, but I still got my Vlade autograph card.
Always keep the Vlade.
My first ever autograph was from Vlade.
Always keep
okay.
Yeah, so that's my first ever autograph was Vlade. And he likes to remind me that this means he's old. Last time I saw him, he was like, "Hey, yeah, he's like, yeah, we were both from LA. Then we both went to SAC, and I'm like, yeah, now neither one of us is with the Kings anymore." Look how life, look how life turns around. But yeah, so it'll be cool. I'm getting to some games this year. Just gotta get things sorted out. Right now I got the kids sometime like this part of the week, so I don't think they want me bringing my children to work yet. Even though my oldest is 6'4", they might put him on the court.
Yeah, how's his?
Yeah, he is not a little J or whatever you refer to him.
I still call him Little J, but he suns me. He walks by and pats my head and says like, "Oh, like oh, like yeah, look at you." Yeah, but on the bright side, his feet will be bigger than mine, so my Jordans will be safe. He was eyeing my LeBrons. He was like, I like these. I'm like, and you like to go to school and go to PE? No.
Yeah, no.
You take these Air Force Ones I don't wear. I gave him the white ones
right now, and he was like, "Yeah, it's only a few years before I'm wearing your shoes." Like, no. I'll work to get you your own shoes. You're not wearing mine.
The Kenny was killing. He was killing it this weekend, man. With that velvet.
Low velvet there. You know what I'm saying?
No socks.
All Achilles all out there. You know what I'm saying? My Achilles.
Killing my gimmick.
Whole Achilles exposed. Yeah, I haven't gotten to that level. I can't do the no socks yet. It
took me a long time to get there, but
Well, she picked that outfit out, right? She was like, "You gonna wear this today, right?"
She got. You know what? Ironically, she got it for me like a year and a half ago, and I never had anywhere to wear it to. And
we haven't had anywhere to wear anything. Yeah, it's like,
what about that pink, thing that I got you, a couple years ago? And I was like, you know what? That's a good call. So, yeah,
I have a lot of like shoes that just have not made it out the closet.
Mm-hmm.
I wore all my shoes to games.
Right.
So it's like, I'm not gonna put on these new Jordans to sit in front of the TV and watch League Pass.
Sometimes I do that. I hadn't worn them in so long. Let me just put them on.
Sometimes I'll be like, I'm gonna stunt and wear these flu game 12s to Target. like and for whatever reason, because of Roman Reigns, whenever I wear a Roman Reigns shirt, I have to wear J's.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So I always wear J's with the Roman Reigns stuff. But yeah, it's like I got shoes where I'm like, man, these have been worn twice, and my girl gets mad, like, you don't need no more. I'm like, I do need shoes. Leave me alone. But now she wants J's.
Mm-hmm. That's how it works.
You created a monster.
That's how it works.
Oh no, I got her one pair. The rest is on her.
Oh man, you gotta get her some more.
No, I don't.
You gotta get her some more.
I don't have. Well, she's not listening to this, so I'm cool. You check them. I'm gonna get a text. I heard what you said.
No, cut her and tag her on IG so she can see it.
I heard what you said, and I want a new pair of Jordans. Yeah, so I would go ahead and beat up my children, help them with their homework, pretend, be a halfway decent dad. Because I'm gonna ignore them when the Warriors and Lakers start playing. But I've trained 2 of my kids to be Laker fans.
Poor guys.
One of them is rebellious. He takes his mom's side. Or actually, the oldest, he's the fan of the team, depending on whose house he's at.
Smart.
Yeah, because I once told him that he couldn't eat dinner if he cheered for the Warriors in my house.
Damn.
That's
I was just joking, but I think he believed me. My
That's-
youngest one, he's all about LeBron. He thinks LeBron is the greatest thing. Like he's 8. He practices LeBron step back.
That's their guy. That's their GOAT.
He's like, I'm gonna do LeBron's signature move. Once he saw that in Space Jam, he was hooked. He's like, I'm gonna learn how to do that. I'm gonna do LeBron's, and he might be the tallest of my 3 kids at the end. So
that's their GOAT.
He's like a full head taller than the other 3rd graders.
Damn.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. He's almost as tall as the teachers.
Uncle, don't forget Uncle Kenny.
Hey, I'm just trying to get free shoes. Some of these stories I write now, it's all about. I'm writing about shoes, and I'm like, if y'all got an extra pair in a warehouse, I'll pay for them, but I want them special edition Iversons. Y'all sold the 14s out pretty quick. I'm like, y'all need to hook me up. Can I? I said I'll pay. I'm not going to violate no ethical thing by getting free shoes, but I'll pay for them. But I know y'all got something in that doggone warehouse. You got a pair of questions.
So apparently, what time was this? There's some kind of Draymond Green documentary.
Yeah, I saw Miss P tweet about that.
A Draymond Green documentary?
Yeah, I'm about to watch this.
Called Mama Said Knock You Out.
Wow. Man, that's everyone. All the cameras are going to be all on Draymond to see whatever he does all night.
Throw something off the blackboard. That's what he's. That's what they're going to do.
Does he look at Jordan Poole? Will he pass to Jordan Poole?
Do they gap up before the game?
Yeah, when they're getting hyped up, does Jordan Poole pull a Westbrook and walk away from the huddle? I mean, there's going to be so many made up stories, and that's probably the downfall of social media. There's things that happen that if you just get a 10-second clip of it, it becomes news, and you're like, if you actually saw the whole thing, it's not that big a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But now you just need a quick little clip. You're like, and somebody in the stands now has 30,000 followers because they posted a portion of a 3-minute thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, it should be a fun NBA season. I'm league pass ready. I'll check out some Kings game in person. Go to some Warrior games. I got some stories I'm working on where I need to talk to players in person. I mean, there's some stuff you work on you don't want to ask. You didn't want to ask over a Zoom. So these stories have been like a year in the making. So catch up with those guys. I got some interesting stuff coming along too. So
we'll be checking it out for sure, man.
Okay, all right.
Happy birthday, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you always. I'll catch you next week.
Yes,
all right, Jay.
Yes,
all right, take it easy.
All right, and we'll see y'all tomorrow because we got Corners of the Culture to record just for me and Kenny. No one else will get to hear it. So we're gonna get back to work. Remember, go to DLoandKC.com. Promo code playoffs. DLoandKC.com. That gets you 20% off. Use the promo code playoffs and opening day, baby. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Let's go, baby.
Make sure you're tapped in. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Appreciate you guys.
Holla.